Hello. Oh no, I'm glitching. What's going on? Hold on. What's happening? Hi everybody. Let me fix. Oh, I think. Oh no, it still work. What is going on? Okay, is it working? Comment below if you can see me and hear me nicely and not choppy. Cool. Well, I'm not sure. Is it working? You can hear me, right? That's at least important that you can hear me. Cool. Sige. Yeah, so we'll start shortly. Just a reminder to type your questions in the chat. Don't mind me glitching in front of you. I'm a real person. I'm not a robot. But yeah, please type in your, or you can also introduce yourself in the chat. Say hi, tell us where you're from, so we can give you a shout out during the stream. Magandang umaga sa mga nasa Pilipinas. Good evening in the US. What is going on with my camera? Okay, so yeah, welcome. Mabuhay. Let's see if it works now. Ah, what is that? Just kidding. But ayaw gumana. Anyways, while it's not working, I'll just try to fix this really quick. Pasensya na. Shout out to all the 18s out there. 18, that's the name of all the SB19 fans. Okay, let me see if I can. Anyway, since it's not working. But yeah, mabuhay. Or Kapampangan, Luwid kayo. Welcome to my channel, to my live stream. I haven't done a live stream in months. But yeah. It's loading. Something is loading. It's still not showing. That's weird. Okay, maybe I'll stop trying to fix my webcam and just start, and I'll fix it later. But yeah, if you're new to my channel, I'm Kirby Arroyo, your friendly Pinoy historian. I think I'm friendly. Let me know if I'm not. But yeah, I'm a historian and a culture bearer, particularly from the Tagalog and Kapampangan roots in the Philippines. And in this channel, I make videos, about our people's history, culture, and everything in between. That's what I say in my videos. But yeah, everything in my channel is about history, culture, and everything else about the Philippines and our people, and also of Southeast Asia, because there's a lot of connections between the Philippines and Southeast Asia that a lot of Filipinos are not, aware. So I try to also highlight that on my channel. But yeah, so without further ado, let's introduce our guest. Oh, you can see me now? Yay, cool. Okay, cool. Our special guest tonight is Ate Ligaya. I call you Ate because I respect you. I'm not sure who's actually older, but anyways, you'll meet her in a little bit. So Ligaya, also known as Mary Joyce Caballes, is known for her works in the Filipino online community, on educating and sharing information on the culture, history, and pre-colonial beliefs of the Philippines for over 10 years. She has run several popular blogs. So if you're on Tumblr, back in the Tumblr days, is Tumblr still around? Let me know in the comments. If you're still on Tumblr, there's a popular Tumblr back in the day, when Tumblr was a huge thing. It's called Pinoy Culture and 𝐷𝐢𝐻𝐻 blogs on Tumblr, where you can learn. Actually, you can still visit that page and learn more from what she shared in the past about our pre-colonial mythologies, culture, and everything in between. So Ate Ligaya is a Filipino American, from New York. She's 𝐏𝐻𝐻𝐿 and Tagalog descent. She's a culture bearer, and she is also a Filipino reconstructionist, which she can also share more later. So I'm not gonna go too much into details because she can share more about it. But yeah, she's currently working to write her first book towards nito hope I said that right, and Diwatahan, a Visayan term to refer to those who revere the old deities. She is also both an artist and a writer who's currently combining both to create a web comic based on pre-colonial culture and beliefs in the Philippines. But yeah, so without further ado, let's welcome Ate Ligaya on the screen.
Hi.
There we go.
Hi,
Hello.
Kirby.
Nice to have you again. So
Yes,
this is your second time on the
second
stream.
time.
Yay, welcome back.
Good to be back.
Cool. Before we jump into the topic today of Bulan and the mythology and the music video, maybe you can tell us more about your research, like what got you started, what inspired you to start
Mhm,
researching about, Philippine mythologies and pre-colonial Philippines. So, what inspired you,
mhm.
and you can tell us more about what does it mean to be a reconstructionist.
Yes. So you've known me since our Tumblr days. So primarily the real reason why I started Pinoy culture was on our mythologies, because I've always been pagan. I've been pagan for like 20 years now. And I've always wondered, like, what were our own mythologies? What were the mythologies in the Philippines? So, I did Google research, and then eventually I learned a little bit more about our pre-colonial, the pre-colonial Philippines and our pre-colonial history and culture. So that kind of spiraled down to the point of just like looking at historical texts, and then that led to the Pinoy culture blog, and then that led us to where we are today. So I have been a practicing Filipino reconstructionist, and a reconstructionist is a branch within paganism that looks at historical records, archaeology, to reconstruct how the pre-colonial, pre-monotheistic beliefs of a certain group of people. So for me, I particularly work with, Bisaya and Tagalog mythologies and beliefs, in honoring and paying our respects to our ancestors, things like that. Back in the day, I remember back in the day, there was like no artwork or even like any mentions of our mythologies online. For the most part, it was on like Opalaki, Mayari, Batala, and you really couldn't find that much info on other mythologies in the Philippines. And I've only met a few others back in the day who were going back to our pre-colonial beliefs. And now, fast forward 10 years later, especially nowadays, with a lot more people being more interested in our mythologies, it's, I feel like a lot more people are looking into that pre-colonial past, and our pre-colonial history and culture. And we could see it with, what we're going to be talking about today's topic, which is on Philip's music video of Bulan, which showcases a couple of our folklore and mythology revolving around Bakunawa and Bulan or Libulan, who is the Visayan moon deity and is also known as, with the Bicolano mythology. So a lot more people are getting more involved, and wanting to know these resources, wanting to know our folklore. And yeah, there's a lot more interest now. And like I said, compared to 10 years ago, there was no artwork. You could barely find any artwork on Google. Now there's so many artists, so many writers who are getting in touch with our roots and incorporating our mythologies, our pre-colonial cultures into their work. And Kirby, I see you're still having
Yeah, I don't know what's going on, but yeah, thanks for sharing. Yeah, so for those who have questions, let us know because I saw a lot of questions in the chat. I wasn't able to compile all of them from, or
Mhm.
not the chat, the comments from my reaction video. So if you have questions for Ate Ligaya or myself, just share it in the comments. But again, thanks Ate Ligaya from, I keep calling you Ate, but yeah, thanks for
I think
joining.
I am older than you actually by a few years. Maybe, I
Maybe
don't even know.
we'll see. But yeah, I don't know what's going on with my camera, but I guess my first question is, what was your first reaction or impression when you first learned or even watched the music video from Philip?
So I only heard about it through you actually when you messaged me on Facebook, and I was like, oh, okay. So when I watched the video, um, at first I was actually kind of impressed with the whole like guitar chord in the very intro of the music video. I was like, okay, this is interesting because I listen to a lot of rock and metal music. And then as the music video went on, I was kind of impressed. And one of the major parts that I was impressed by was the animation of Bakunawa in the music video. I
Oh
found that
yeah.
very, very interesting and very fascinating. And the overall concept throughout the music video, so how Philip was dressed in not particularly historically accurate
Uh-huh.
depiction of how our ancestors, traditionally wore their clothing, but like an interpretation of it, basically.
Yeah.
So he had some I think he had some gold jewelry on him, which kind of depicted how our ancestors wore gold jewelry back in the day.
Yeah.
I believe he also wore like the headscarf, right? Or I think he did the
Uh,
headscarf as
yeah. Yeah.
well as the bahag. I think. I think did he
Yeah.
wear bahag on that
Oh,
video?
there's a. I think he was wearing pants and something on.
Okay,
Yeah.
but it was more. It was like not the bahag, but it's like the Visayan. It was like red pants, right?
Yeah.
Or
Yeah. Yeah.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
It was red. Yeah.
Yeah. And then, just kind of like depicted how our ancestors looked like back in the day.
Yeah.
Um, and yeah, the whole video, I was very impressed and
Good.
very excited for.
um, I guess the first question that I have from the comments from the video was from RJ. RJ is asking, what were your favorite symbolism that Philip used in his music video? You mentioned some of them, but if you can add more,
Yeah.
if you can add more.
So, like I mentioned, the Bakunawa, the depiction of Bakunawa is pretty much accurate
Hmm.
in terms of what many people see Bakunawa. There's different variations of how Bakunawa is depicted. So one of the most
Yeah.
common depictions is that he's like this serpent type of divine creature, or the other word would be naga. And I know you talk about nagas plenty
Yeah.
of times in your channel. Um, but yeah, so Bakunawa is a type of naga, so he's like this divine sea serpent,
Mm.
and he lives in the sea. And a couple of the depictions show that he has like a pair of wings as well. Another depiction is he's more of like this whale or like fish type of
Oh yeah.
depiction. Yeah.
Hmm.
So there are variations of how Bakunawa looks like,
Yeah.
but for the most part in the video, they kind of depicted Bakunawa as how many of us see Bakunawa.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So for those who may not know, can you tell us more about like, which cultures did Bakunawa come from?
So Bakunawa is known in the Visayas, as well as Bicol, and particularly he's also known to the Western Visayas, so like Aklan and
Mhm.
Buglas, which Buglas is the pre-colonial name of Negros,
Mhm.
and um, in well, not Aklan, in Pinay, I meant in the island of Pinay. So
Oh
Pinay
yeah, yeah,
and Negros is in the Western Visayas. So where my family's from Aklan, which is from the island of Pinay,
yeah.
and they still see they still look at Bukinawa in terms of building their homes. So
Mm-hmm.
if you look at old
Oh yeah,
almanacs, yeah, if you look at old almanacs, you see Bukinawa depicted in those almanacs, and they look at Bukinawa based on like the direction of where his head is.
hmm,
So there's like it's divided into like 4 different phases throughout the calendar year, and depending on where Bukinawa's head is, they would build their homes. So, say for example, if Bakunawa's
Yeah.
head was facing east, they would make sure that the entrances of the home, so like the doors and the windows, were facing away from
Mm-hmm.
Bakunawa because it was considered bad luck.
Yeah.
And this is just recent. This is like 1970s almanac, 60s, 40s, like the 1900s. It's
Yeah.
still very, fairly recent. Um, yeah, so Bakunawa is known in the Visayas and in Bicol. But besides Bakunawa, a lot of people know about Bakunawa. That is probably the number one like mythological divine
Mm-hmm.
creature that most people know that's associated with the eclipse. But
Yeah.
there are many other, creatures, and you've talked about this before, um, in the Philippines that are associated with causing the eclipse. So
Yeah.
there is Minakawa, there is Laho. I'm
Laho.
saying
Yeah.
um, what else? There's the crab and scorpion ones as well.
Oh, you
Yeah,
had the crab one.
yeah. And then there is the lion one, which I've never learned how to pronounce the name of. That
Oh,
was,
Arimawa.
yeah, the lion one. It starts with an A.
Yeah. Oh, I
How do
don't
you
have the
pronounce
slide.
that?
I think it's Arimaunga.
Yeah, okay.
I
That
mean,
one.
if our Maranao friends can correct me, let us know.
Yeah, I've always had trouble pronouncing that one. Um,
Yeah.
and yeah, there's many other creatures. It's not just Bokunawa that is associated with the eclipse.
Cool. There was a question since we were in the topic of Bakunawa. I'm sorry, you still can't see me. um, where's the comments? There was a question about Bakunawa's appearance. I think the question was, if I can find it, it's about Bakunawa's crown. Does Bakunawa have a crown like the other Nagas? That question
Um, what do you
is
mean by crown though? Like an actual
okay.
crown?
Yeah, I think so. Something
Um,
on Bakunawa's head.
no, not that I know of. Not from the myths that I
Mm-mm.
know of.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool. Um, the other question that I have prepared before the live stream or that I found was actually this is more of a controversial one. I'm not sure if you want to answer it right now or later,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
but it's the question on Libulan and Sidapa.
Mm. I can answer that now.
Okay.
So that story is a modern story. It is not historically accurate, and I remember talking about this like years ago from that first blog that mentioned that.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and since then, because due to people making artwork from it, it kind of spread virally.
Yeah.
So now it's to the point where people think that is actual a historical myth, but that did not come about up until maybe like 5, 6, 7 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And prior to that, there is no mention of Libulan and Sidapa having that relationship. And I believe it was also mentioned in the Asong project like a while back. Yeah,
Oh. Oh, they did. They
he
mentioned that.
he mentioned it because we talked about it. We actually discussed it in the Facebook group, the
Uh-huh.
Amigo Facebook
Oh yeah,
group.
yeah,
We were talking
yeah.
about that before he posted that. Um, and I was also sharing like links to the original blog that posted um, that story.
Mm-hmm.
So no, it's not historical. However, um, because nowadays, people have resonated with that story. It's more of a
Yeah.
modern myth, and in terms of Reconstructionism, while I don't, while I say that it's not historically accurate, there's
Mm-hmm.
no historical basis to it. Um, I don't see why someone can't resonate with that myth,
Yeah.
in the modern day, because
Yeah.
it's actually developing. Like it's a modern myth that's
Yeah.
developing. But I do, want to clarify that there's no historical basis on it.
So it's not a pre-colonial
Yeah,
mythology. It was more of a modern version of it.
yeah, yeah.
So I guess the other question that followed that would be like, what was the, I guess, relationship between Sidapa and Libulan before this modern myth came about?
There
What
was
what what does,
there
like,
was
the
none.
records tell us?
There was no historical records like
Mm-hmm.
with any of them, like both of them being that I found.
Mm-hmm.
It's just more like modern interpretations.
Yeah, yeah, and like you said, there's no reason why, some we should stop people from resonating,
No, no, exactly.
in that
Like
myth.
I've
Yeah,
had these discussions before, with others who are like practicing our beliefs and practices. And if
yeah,
they resonate, that's fine. Like it's a modern
yeah,
myth. Myths and beliefs evolve.
yeah,
So
yeah,
yeah.
exactly.
Like
I
for
think that's what.
example, I want to say like for one example, one
Yeah.
modern myth, um, well it's not really like modern myth, it's more of like interpretation based on the Kapampangan myth, right, of Mayari and Opalaki, right? So you have the myth of Mayari, Opalaki, Tala,
Yeah,
Hanan being like the children of Bathala.
yeah.
And that myth has only been around since like the 1900s, but like we can't really pinpoint where it came from. Like
Hmm.
I know it has been mentioned by Felipe 𝐏𝐿𝐴, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Um, and as much as I love Felipe 𝐏𝐿𝐴, there are some things that he doesn't really cite, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's just kind of annoying how some things are not cited, where he got the resource from. So we know like the myth of Mayari and Opalake being siblings and fighting one another was Kampampangan from a citation. Who was it? Um, I think it was by Miller,
Mm-hmm.
who I think it was by Miller. Like he had like a whole book of like folklore and
Yeah.
stories, and he mentions that myth, and he says it was from someone called Leopoldo, who was from Pampanga, who
Mm-hmm.
who mentioned that story to him. But
Yeah.
in 𝐏𝐿𝐴's works, he doesn't mention
Yeah.
where he got the information from. And a couple of deities that he mentions that are Tagalog are actually, other deities like
Yeah.
Kapampangan, Pangasinan, and Sambali.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Yeah. I guess another thing too is that it's also something that we grew up in Pampanga. If you grew up in the old families in Pampanga, they still tell the stories of the sun and the moon fighting. Um, the siblings, they're twins. And actually, I guess since we're talking about the sun and the moon, their appearance in our mythology are usually actually of a phoenix or a bird, a fiery bird.
mm,
So that's one thing I want to share with our viewers is that our deities have different appearances in different, forms. Sometimes or at least in Kapampangan culture, sometimes they appear as usually they appear as like this fiery birds, this the sun and the moon, but sometimes they actually appear as humans, and there's no specific gender for them too.
yeah.
But
And
yeah,
it's a good thing
right.
that you mentioned that because, like, in terms of many of our gods and goddesses, or in the Visayas and Mindanao, they call it Diwata. In Luzon,
Mm-hmm.
it's typically Anito.
Mm-hmm.
Um, for the most part, they are gender fluid.
Yeah,
And you see this in a lot of our mythologies. Some mythologies, they'll say that they're male. Some
mm-hmm.
mythologies, it's female, or there's no gender at all.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah,
yeah, you see this with a lot of them. So
yeah,
it's not like how we would depict, okay, it is specifically a goddess,
yeah,
unless they specifically state they are a goddess.
yeah,
But for the most part, many of our deities are gender fluid.
yeah,
Like
yeah,
there's no gender to them.
yeah. I think my favorite example of that would be Mayari herself or
Yeah.
itself, because
Yeah.
most people now associate her with a one-eyed goddess, like a female version. But in Kapampangan culture, again, it was like a fiery bird, or sometimes a woman, sometimes a man. But to the Aitas, it's actually an old man.
Hmm.
So it's like interesting, or I guess mind blowing for a lot of Filipinos who grew up with the gender binary, like you have
Yes.
to be a guy or a girl.
Yes. And you see this in in the Visayas as well with a couple of deities. So, like for example, Sidapa. So
Yeah.
a lot of people see Sidapa as being male, but
Yeah.
there's also another myth that Sidapa is female. And it's the same thing with one of the deities, Laon, who is one of like the major deities in the Visayas, especially the Western Visayas.
Yeah.
So Laon was known by
Yeah.
many names. So there was like Makapatag, Raom, Malaon, and you may know them as Laoncina or Aloncina
Oh
with the
yeah.
Pinay Writer.
Yeah.
So for the most part, she is seen as a goddess. But according to Francisco Asina, she was also seen as male,
Yeah.
right? Especially to Samar and Leyte. And they refer, when the deity was a male, they referred to them as Makapatag. So it's even mentioned in the records. And we even see it with other deities, not, being
Yeah.
non-binary, but like there's an intersex deity.
Yeah.
There's
Yeah.
a Tagalog, Lakapati,
Yes.
right? So Lakapati is described as being an intersex deity. So in terms of our divinities, the way our ancestors saw divinities, their gender had nothing to do with it. Basically, it's very, very fluid.
Yeah. Yeah. And from what I was raised in Pampanga, our elders would say that the gender is, is not specific. The gender of the deity is like, it's like a reflection of how you see yourself or how you want to see them. So yeah, in line with that, a question from 666 Mellow Death 666. Is Maguayan male or female? Is Maguayan a god of the underworld, or is it Sidapa? This is
See,
more for
that
you since I'm not.
this is another one because Maguayan again
Yeah.
is also another deity that in some myths is seen as male, and then other myths female. So again, it depends.
Yeah.
Gender fluid. There's no like specific gender with many of these deities. So in some myths they are male, and others she's female. And in
Mhm.
some of the myths she's actually married to Kaptan, who's like the
Oh
sky
yeah,
god.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
Um, and in regards to being the deity of the underworld, it is it's complicated because like there is a plethora, well there's many like deities
yeah,
that are associated with the underworld. So for
yeah.
Maguayan, um, they're seen more as the deity that brings the dead souls that have passed
Mm-mm.
on her boat.
Yeah.
And she goes on this spiritual river called the Langban, and she brings them to Sulad.
Mm-mm.
Sulad is actually purgatory, right? So from purgatory, she would bring those souls, and then they would remain there until they did a paganito. You
Mm-mm.
know? So if the descendants did a paganito, um, especially toward the deity Pandaki, right, or Pandaki Sita, um, when they gave these offerings to them, and in our burial practices you see this in archaeology, so there's a
Mm.
lot of like gold ornaments, porcelain plates, and
Mm.
they're buried with a lot of things
Yeah,
in burial, and that is part of the paganito so that
yeah,
the soul can pass on,
yeah,
safely.
yeah. To help them
Yeah,
pass into the
yeah,
our version of the afterlife.
yes, yes. So once they did the Ganito rituals, Pandaki would bring those souls from
Yeah,
Sulad to Saad,
yeah.
right? Which is like
Oh yeah,
believed like the basically like the eternal resting place. And depending on the group, um, you were brought somewhere. So like
mm.
for example, for those who were from Cebu, I forgot the other island, but Cebu, for those who were in Cebu, they went to an island in Borneo. They went to
Mm.
the island of Borneo in this very high mountain. It's actually, I forgot the name of the mountain. It starts with a K,
Yeah,
I think, but it's even today, it's still a very spiritual mountain there.
yeah,
And it's known as like the home of the spirits. So they went to Borneo into that mountain.
Is it the Kinabalu mountain?
I think so. Yeah, yeah. I think that's what.
I mean, that's the tallest mountain in that I
Yeah,
know.
I
In
think that's
Borneo.
the mountain. There is one mountain there. It starts with a K.
Yeah.
Where they see that is where like all the souls go to.
Mm-hmm.
So in the historical text, it mentions those from Cebu went there, and then those who were like from Pinay or Negros, they went to what was it? Oh, the mountain. The name of the mountain is slipping my head right now.
Mm-mm.
It's a popular Majas, Mount Majas. There
Oh
we go.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Where the other epic
Yes,
story.
which is kind of like I like to compare it to like Mount Olympus in a way
Mm.
because there's so many like
It's in
stories.
Panay, right?
Yes, it's in Pinay.
Yeah.
And so they went there, and in regards to like deities in the underworld, there are a couple. So there's no like one deity specifically for the underworld.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. I started a lot of the questions, like 30 questions, I guess, that I started. So let's go through them. I'm trying to make it flow with what we just talked
Really
about.
over
And also,
the
you have an hour left with us, right? Or like less than an hour.
I have until like 10:30
Yeah.
latest.
So we won't keep you for long.
Yeah,
I mean,
because I remember last time we were here for like 3 hours.
3 hours. Yeah. You know what's funny? I thought that was the longest one. The next day was 4 hours.
Oh, really?
That was when I started streaming. Like I didn't know how to stop myself from talking, and
Yeah, we went on
I
for
have
a
a guest too.
while.
Like, and I'm surprised how most of my guests or all of you were
Mhm.
open to staying for hours. So that shows
Yeah.
your passion. But let me see some of the highlighted comments or questions that we got. That is related to what we just talked about. Where is it? Oh, I guess since we were talking about gender, Al Rudson is asking from Australia, from Mindanao. My question is, since there is gender fluidity by our original deities, would that mean pre-colonial period our people value the same belief of gender fluidity?
I believe so because you even saw this in regards to those um, who led like spiritual practices, like the Babaylan,
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
right? So there were certain um, organizations or like classes within like the Babaylan system
yeah,
where there was the Babaylan who were like female, but there were also those who were not like today we would either see them as like transgender or those who were like gay and who also cross dress like those there are certain terms for it. There's like a sog. I know there's one of the terms for them, and they had they had a social hierarchy. Like they were respected, right? So they were not considered like outcast. And we do have records as well, in regards to gender and sexual relationships.
mm-hmm.
Um, so we have records of those who were like gay. There's one record I found those who were lesbian. So
Mm-hmm.
it's like gender and sexual concepts pre-colonially were more, you know, liberal and accepted. Like it was part
Yeah,
of our everyday lives compared to now where it's like there's a lot of criticism.
mm-hmm.
Basically, it's like
Yeah,
just male, just female, and even like the gender norms. It's like
yeah,
very, very strict. Like you see in our culture, it's like, especially with men, it's like you have to be very this machismo type of
mm-hmm. Yeah,
thing. Like anything feminine, they're gonna be like, "Oh, you're gay." Like,
yeah, yeah,
and then there's like this strong like negative connotation
yes,
to those in the LGBTQ plus
yeah,
community, and you still see this today, where in media, those who happen to be queer,
mm-hmm.
um,
Mm-hmm.
they'll accept them in like in media, but in terms of actually having a relationship or just being
Mm-hmm.
themselves, it's still not even allowed.
Yeah,
Like they still see them as like, okay, no,
yeah,
especially with the hold of the church in the Philippines and things like that.
yeah. And they were vilified,
Yes.
right? And I think an example that I can think of, the I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing it right in other languages, the Bayugin
Yes,
from the
that was
Bakunawa
the
Codex.
yeah,
I
that
mean, you
was
can tell us how did they describe Bayugin? How did the friars, the or the Spaniards describe the Bayugin? Then I'll share what our elders told
um
us.
I'm trying to remember.
If you try, yeah, if you can
They
remember how they defined, because it
they
was
weren't nice, obviously, about it.
yeah,
They're like you could tell you could see the bias in the historical
mhm,
text. But yeah, I don't remember exactly word by word, but they did say that it was a specific class within like the Babaylan class,
mhm,
um, where they mentioned how it's like men. I know they use the word cross dress,
mhm,
and they did mention like some of them with other
mhm.
men, like that was their
Yeah,
wording
yeah,
for it. But we know, like based on you know our own like cultures and how we see
yeah,
our people, like that is not. It's not like how they portray, like very very biased. Like it was
yes,
just very biased wording.
yeah.
Yeah.
That's true. It was very derogatory.
Yes. Like it's just the way they wrote it. Like we
Yeah,
know what they meant, but it's
yeah,
just the way they wrote it was very derogatory.
yeah. I think they call them something. Let me find a if I have a quote on my computer, but something about being impotent
Yeah. Yeah.
or useless.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
So they,
very, if you read the text, it's derogatory. But like what
yeah.
I always tell people, especially those who are looking into our pre-colonial
Mhm.
beliefs and practices, is to when you're reading these historical records, know that they were not written by our ancestors. They were
Yeah,
written by our colonizers,
yeah,
and a lot of these colonizers were friars,
yeah,
right, or priests. So there's a lot of bias in these
yeah.
texts. So like for example, what you mentioned, and then also with like our deities and paying our respects to our ancestors, like these practices, they
Mm,
would refer to them as like devils or like demons,
yeah,
things like that, but they're not, you
yeah,
know. So you just have to read those texts and just try to ignore the biases
yeah, yeah,
to get the actual information.
yeah. I think that's a good advice to a lot of people who want to look into our history. That don't treat books and records as like a bible that everything written there is true or like accurate. You have to always be critical and put your own lens into it, like, okay, does this really make sense? Or like, yeah, for
Mhm.
example, how they describe the Bayugin. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was gonna say something about Bayugin. Oh yeah. So I'll just share something in Kapampang because we have the same term. We have two terms from the same root word, bayuk and bayugin. So bayuk is the a word that means to sag or bend like a bow, or like a bamboo, a tall bamboo bending, and then bayugin is the one who bends, and it was named after bayuk, the species of bamboo, according to Kapampangan oral traditions. And for the elder Kapampangans or pre-colonial, or I guess even now, the elders who still follow the ancient beliefs, they describe Bayugin or the Bayuk and the Bayugin folks as someone who, what do you call this? Someone who is special, someone who is back then pre-colonially they believed that they have some certain spirituality in them that is not found in other genders. For them, they saw them as like a bridge between the both ends of the gender spectrum, and thus they were seen as someone who can um, or they were seen as someone who has the spiritual ability to connect with the diwatas and the anitos. So also in Kapampangan culture, bamboo is not seen as something, because in Western culture they think of bamboo as like a grass, like something that's weak
Yeah.
compared to the
But
other
no,
hardwood. Yeah, but not.
completely different our
Yeah,
mythologies.
yeah. So our ancestors saw bamboo, at least in Pampanga. I'm not sure if other cultures as well. They saw bamboo as something that is flexible to the situation. Like it can be strong, it can bend at the same time. So yeah. Anyways, just that's what I was gonna share about it.
Yeah. I also want to add, like, in regards to them being more like spiritually connected to like
Yeah,
the
yeah,
Anito and Dawata.
That's
In
what I was trying to get to.
yeah, in the Visayas, they mentioned, I forgot which historical record this was, but they mentioned that um, like in the Visayas, like they tattooed. They have a lot of
Yeah.
tattoos, right? Or they were called the pintados for reasons
Mm-mm,
for
mm-hmm.
tattoos. So it was kind of like socially unaccepted to not have a tattoo
Mm-mm.
because
Oh yeah.
traditionally you would have to have a tattoo in order to pass on to the afterlife, right? That
Mm-hmm.
was one of the things they looked for. So for women, they would look at like their hands to see if their hands were tattooed. But for those who were like Bayogin or Sog,
Yeah.
they did not have to. They were
Mm-mm.
actually socially accepted to not have a tattoo because they were already spiritually connected
Yeah.
to the Anito and the Wata.
Yeah.
So for them, if they did not want to have a tattoo, they didn't need to
Yeah.
because they were already spiritually connected.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess since you shared about their appearance, in Kapampangan, so in Kapampangan, the Babaylans, or what we call Mamaluyans and Catalonans, their hairs are like braided and dangles with gold around them.
Mm-hmm.
So the Bayugin are the only ones who can also have that hairstyle, and at the same time can carry a sword like a
Mm-hmm.
datu. So there's like certain, like a Chris, the
Yeah.
Kalis.
Mm-hmm.
In Kapampangan or Luzonese culture, the Kalis or Chris was something that was, it wasn't really a practical weapon. It was more of a spiritual weapon. So it's a small wavy dagger that
Mm-hmm.
back then only a datu can carry, or a bayugin, which shows their some of their privileges.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me go through the earlier questions before we skip them. I guess a shout out, or like Love May is asking 18 attendance check present. So if you're 18 again are the fans of SB19 um, P-pop group, so comment. Let me see. Let's save that for later. Where's this one? Trying to see what we can talk about that's kind of connected to what we just talked about. But if not, I'll just do what or click on what the first thing I see. Yeah, Lita Senorita asked even before the stream. They asked or ano po, can you tell us about Tagalog deities? Are they also called Anito? And then from the Lita Senorita's comment in on the other video, they were asking about the moon goddess in Tagalog
Mm-hmm.
mythology before it became Mayari.
Yeah. So so the term manito, not just for the Tagalog, but most of the zone referred to both the ancestors and the deities. So the
Mm-hmm.
term diwata was mostly used in the Visayas and Mindanao.
Mm-hmm.
So Anito was their term for the deities as well as their ancestors. In regards to the moon deity for the Tagalog, many do believe that the moon goddess for the Tagalog was Mayari
Mm-hmm.
because of that myth mentioned by Felipe Tucano.
Yeah,
But in reality, the moon deity was known by a couple of names, but their major name was 𝐾𝐢𝐧𝐨𝐲-𝐂𝐮𝐥𝐭𝐮𝐫𝐞,
yeah,
right? And
oh, yeah.
it's mentioned in the oldest dictionary, as well as there's a list of Tagalog deities, which many don't even know those deities.
Mm-hmm.
There's a whole list of it that mentions the lunar deity for the Tagalog, and it's from, what was the name? It was by, I think, Pardo. I think it's Felipe Pardo. The
I
last name
think
is Pardo.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. So he has he was, I think he was the Archbishop of Manila at the time. So he has a record of certain beliefs within the Laguna area. And in this document, he has a whole list of Tagalog deities
Mm-hmm.
that were known in the Laguna area. So
Mm-hmm.
one of this was the lunar deity, and they were known as, I think, like Nasa something Bulan.
Mm.
There was two Dalaga Nasa Buwan.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, yeah, I read
Lady of
that
the
one.
Moon. Lady of the Moon was one of the
Yeah,
names.
yeah,
But in the dictionary they mention as Kulalain.
Yeah.
as being the name of the actual moon goddess.
Yeah.
And when you look at the other historical records, like the Boxer Codex and other records, you can kind of piece together what was practiced. So for the new moon, they considered the new moon as being associated with this lunar deity. So there were certain offerings. They would give like a hen during the new moon, and the new moon was pretty much prayed to for prosperity.
Mm-hmm.
And there's actually a chant that was listed for this lunar deity. I don't remember the exact wording of the chant. Yeah, I did write it in my blog. I wrote about her, which my blog is the Pinay Writer. So I have like an article on the Tagalog deities on there.
Yeah.
So I have that chant
Let me link it to them.
Yeah, I have that chant listed. And they use this to pretty much ask for like a good life, prosperity, and they did this during the new moon. And if you look at the records, they always say, you know, they saw the moon for prosperity during the new moon. They would give offerings. And I do have a couple of like examples on my blog, like certain paragraphs, certain paragraphs from certain historical texts that mention this. So a lot of people are saying like, oh, where is this, like, because then, you know, there's a lot of people who want to know like, where did you read this? It's all about going through those historical texts, looking through all of them and piecing it together.
Yeah.
So this is how we know that they did see the lunar deity during the new moon for prosperity, because that is what they asked for.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's the Tagalog moon deity.
Thanks. I pasted the link on the chat or the comments if you're on Facebook on the specific link to the article that Ate Ligaya wrote about the Tagalog deities. Questions. There's a lot of questions. I'm trying to read to them. So we already answered that one. What? Wait, that's not. I think I had something in mind that I couldn't find anymore. Well, I guess we're talking about moon. What did the seven moons look like? Were they all full moons or different phases of the moon? If you know.
I would just think they were just regular moons, 7 moons.
Yeah.
But that's
They
how
have
I
their
always
own-
just pictured it, just like a regular moon.
Yeah.
And based on the Bakunawa myth, Bakunawa swallowed the first 6 moons.
Yeah.
Right? And then we have the one remaining moon left.
Yeah.
So yeah, I've never come across like any like historical depictions of how the moons look like. I just always assume there's just a regular moon in the sky.
Cool. Thanks for answering that. Um, let me see what else is connected to the moon. That's in our questions. Oh, okay. Here's a good one from, I don't know how to say this name, but I want to ask about the ritual that people do during full moon. They say it was to thank the god of the moon for the blessings. It's called Dayao. I wonder what kind of ritual is it? What kind of dance they do? If you can shed light.
I don't know about Dayo, but like I think Dayo is a local term for the full moon. I'm not sure. Is it? Do you know,
I'm
Kirby?
not really sure.
I think so. I'm not. I'm
I guess
not
it depends
100%
too
sure.
on which part of the Philippines
Yeah, I
they're
think
referring
that's.
to. Yeah.
I think that's a term for the full moon. I don't know what language though. Um, but yeah, for the full moon, at
Yeah.
least in Visayas, they consider the full moon as a time when the Diwata and the ancestors came down onto Earth. So they would basically give these offerings to them in respect to the deities. And I think in Mindanao, they also have a similar belief as well, with the spirits pretty much being down here during the full moon. In terms of like the actual ritual, though, I don't know any particular ritual for the full moon besides giving like offerings for the wata and the ancestors, and then to receive their blessings. Kirby, are you having technical difficulties again? I guess he is. But yeah, so for the full moon, they they gave respects to the Diwata, and this timeline usually lasted for about 3 days. So like 3 days is the typical like period of the full moon.
Mm-hmm.
So they would celebrate the full moon during those 3 days. They would have celebrations, they would dance, they would have a feast, things like that. So they did honor both the full moon and the new moon.
Cool. Thanks for sharing.
Mhm.
Sorry, I had another difficulty. I don't know what's going on with my camera.
I figured. We should have done like a practice test, like make sure everything is like.
I think it's because I haven't done a stream in a long time, so it's like trying to figure out itself again. Let me see. Since we're talking about moon. Oh, wait, we already answered that one about Libulan and Sidapa. It's a modern version of the story.
Yeah.
Okay, this one is from Space Panini. Oh, cool! Thank you for the 50 pesos. I guess it's called tip, or I forgot what it's called, because apparently now on YouTube you can tip the creators.
Oh,
thank you. That's
cool.
$1. Thank you for your dollar. Yeah, but will you share your sources? And I'd love to, I guess, get a copy.
Yeah.
Of the sources.
So a lot of the sources again are available online from like historical texts, and I always tell people to read the historical texts despite the bias and despite like I know there's a lot of people who want sources written by our ancestors, or written by us, but you do have to look at those historical resources by our colonizers. But there's also like what I want more people to look into is also looking at resources from like surrounding areas, right? Because a lot of people like that's actually what I've been looking more into, seeing like if there's any historical records from like our neighbors, like in China and things like that, in regards to how they saw, you know, what they saw in regards to our ancestors. But a lot of it is written from our colonizers' point of view.
Yeah, that's true.
And what I want, hopefully in the future, is that as more people look at those records and then look at what is currently believed in and practiced today, what has been passed down today, rewrite our own records in regards to rewrite our own history. Based on that.
That is true. That's awesome.
But in regards to sources, if you want to read the source material, I made like a list. I think you saw that list before on Tumblr before. I made like a huge historical like reference list.
Oh yeah.
On Pinoy culture. So I have that list actually on my blog, the Pinay Writer. I need to update that though. I've been meaning to update that because I've had like a lot more since then. But the basic, like, if you want to look at those resources, they're there. One of the books that I highly recommend buying if you've never gotten into our pre-colonial history and folklore and beliefs is the book Barangay. If they've never like really researched.
Yeah, that's a great first start.
Yeah, that's the start to learning more about our pre-colonial history and culture and our folklore. Is the book Barangay by William Henry Scott. And you can find that online as well. There's a PDF online because finding a copy of that book nowadays is kind of hard and it's expensive, and you're probably not going to find like a hard copy online. So if you search it up on Google, you'll find it on Google. It's available now. Other books is if you are Tagalog, there is one book geared for Tagalog folklore mythology. I think it's like ancient beliefs and customs of the Tagalog. I think it's like Paul. What's his name?
John Paul Potet, or I don't know how to say anything.
I think it's like Potet. It's like Potet. But he has a couple of chapters that talks about like certain topics, and it's very short. But for the most part, that book is in like a dictionary type of format. So it goes in alphabetical order on certain terminology. And for those of you who want to look at that list of Tagalog deities, that was mentioned by Felipe Pardo that many don't even know about.
Yeah.
It's listed in there under the term on mito.
Yeah.
So he has that whole list in there, and in each like in each word or like description that he puts for like the dictionary, he
Mhm.
lists the source material where he got it from. So
Yeah.
if you want to actually read the original source material, then you can go look it up.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's always a good advice to dig deeper beyond the book that you're reading. Um,
Yeah.
and also even the book of the potet or pote it's still written from a French perspective, so and
Yeah.
to his credit, he combed through a lot of the old dictionaries,
Yeah.
but yeah, always have that lens of like question the
Yeah.
sources itself.
Yes.
And speaking of dictionaries, I guess that's the other advice I would give folks if you're really interested in not just mythology, but even in the pre-colonial social systems. You can really just find a lot of information just by reading the old dictionaries that were published during the early colonial period. So we have the Tagalog one. Um, I think that's the oldest one that we know of, right?
Yeah. Well, I'm not sure if it's the oldest. I know there's the oldest Tagalog dictionary that
Oh
was
yeah, yeah.
by San Benaventura in
Yeah, yeah. That's what I was thinking.
1613. Yeah.
Yeah.
Um, there is one. I know there's two dictionaries in the Visayas.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Um, it was by Mateo and I forgot the other author.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, there's one there. I know, there's the Bagano
Yeah,
dictionary for you
yeah,
guys.
yeah.
Yeah, and
So
like
we
you
did.
said,
Go
look
ahead.
at the oldest dictionaries
Yeah,
because they have some things. Like for
yeah.
example, for the Tagalog, a lot of the chants for certain deities like Lakapati, Kulilaying are
Mm-mm.
mentioned in the oldest dictionary.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, the dictionaries are a great source, but don't just because sometimes it's just a short definition. Um, you
Yeah,
know, cross reference it like what Ligaya said with
yeah.
sources
That's
around
the
that.
that's the thing. Like, don't just look at one source. You
Yeah.
have to look at all the sources,
Yeah.
and then also look at what we know of today.
Yeah.
Look,
Yes. Yes.
like compare from what is written there and
Hmm.
and compare to what we believe, and
Yeah.
what some are the folklore today and practices today, things like
Yeah.
that, and compare.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good reminder to that. A lot of our people in the Philippines are actually not aware that a lot of these stories, a lot of these mythologies actually did not disappear. It was passed down orally. Some of them are published in different books, but a lot of them are passed down orally. So you always, if you have access to elders who know, you can ask them about it. I believe you have your own elders who taught you about the different traditions regarding Bakunawa and the moon.
Yeah.
Same with Kapampangans, we still have actually elders. People are not aware of it. We have elders actually in Pampanga, families, clans in Pampanga who still practice the old rituals.
Mhm.
Um, One of them is from my mother's side of the family that they still practice till now. Um, but yeah, speaking of like cross referencing it to the different, looking at the different records around us, you mentioned China earlier. Here's a question about China from
Mhm.
when we started.
Mhm.
Kimberly Katakutan is asking, was there any mythological stories, symbols, and creatures that are similar to the mythologies in China, I guess in between China and the Philippines? Curious after. Oh, okay. I'm not sure if you're familiar with this. There was like a
Mhm.
big issue on online between the
Mhm.
fans of Philip,
Mhm.
because there's apparently an accusation that Philip plagiarized a certain Chinese pop star's music video.
Mhm. Oh,
But
that I didn't hear about.
yeah, it was kind of controversial, or still
Mhm.
controversial to now.
Mhm.
But yeah, I guess they're just asking if there's any shared mythologies between China and the Philippines that you know of.
So
Which
I know
actually,
there's a lot of people
I
who
think I know what
think
you're gonna say.
with Bakunawa,
Yes.
and yeah, there's a lot of people who think, oh, it just comes from China, but like, no, it's a shared story, not just with us in China. Like, it even goes back to India,
Yeah.
right? With Hinduism and Buddhism, which was both present in both
Hmm.
countries, in China and within parts of the Philippines.
Yeah.
So as these beliefs and practices kind of spread, you know, probably most likely through trade, or as
Mm-hmm.
people went from like island to island, um, they develop locally. Like they're
Yeah.
local variations of these myths that date back even
Yeah.
farther,
Yeah.
right? So we have like similarities. If you look at, China again had Hinduism. I'm not sure if they had Hinduism, but I know they had Buddhism,
Buddhism. Yeah.
right? So they have similar myths and mythologies to us, but also India does as well in regard to
Yeah.
these beliefs. So, like for example, in Hinduism, there's, what was it, Rahu?
Yeah. Rahu. Yeah.
Yeah, Rahu, um, which sounds like,
Rahu.
yeah,
The
which
Tagalog.
sounds like Lau and Lahu. So it's like you see these similarities, but just because we share similar beliefs
Mhm.
and folklore and mythologies,
Yeah.
it does not mean that we copied or like
Yeah.
plagiarized these. This is just like a localized version, and we're not the only ones who do this. You see, like,
Yeah.
as myths pass on through generations, through trade, as
Yeah.
people go to different islands or different places, it develops on its own. And that's how
Mm-hmm.
mythology develops. Um, and you also see like similarities even in Europe,
Yes.
right? So, for example, in the Visayas, they believe the one of the local beliefs is that the rainbow is a
Mm-hmm.
bridge to the
Mm-hmm.
deities.
Yeah.
And then also we even have like there's one of like three deities associated with war, right?
Yeah.
So there is the name is slipping through my head right now again. But like there's three war deities that are associated with war. One of them is associated with the rainbow, and for them they believe like those who died in war went through that rainbow, which is
Mm-hmm.
actually very similar to another mythology, right? In
Yeah.
Norse mythology,
Oh yeah.
right, with the rainbow bridge there. So it's
Yeah.
like just because it's on the other side of the world, did
Yeah.
we copy off from them? No, right?
Oh yeah.
So it's like we're not plagiarizing. It's just local beliefs that
Yeah.
developed locally that may
Yeah.
have similarities.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's the thing too. Like again, like what you mentioned earlier, even the stories of Sidapa and Libulan as a modern myth, um, mythology evolve. Through time, it evolves. It adapts to the to the conditions around us, because it's not like a static thing. It's not like word by word should be the same thing. I guess you mentioned Rahu earlier. So a lot of people would like to comment that, oh, the Kapampangan Lawu and the Tagalog Laho was actually borrowed. It's not native to the Philippines, but borrowed from from the Hindu mythology Rahu. But
Mhm.
then, if you actually look at the story of Rahu, there's actually two of them. There's Rahu and Ketu. Rahu is the
Mhm.
shadow. Ketu is the
Yeah.
serpent underneath. So for me, my assessment of it would be like, maybe it's like, maybe the stories merge. Maybe there's like a pre-colonial or pre-Hinduism mythology, because the appearance are different. Because in
Yeah.
Kapampangan it's like a bird dragon, but then
Yeah.
in Hinduism it's like a shadow.
Yeah.
So so for me, my opinion, opinion as a historian and a culture bearer would be like, perhaps somewhere down the line, those two beliefs, since they're similar, they merged it into a way that, oh, we started calling it Lahu or
Mhm.
Lau, but the appearance was inherited from another, another mythology from that is native. Because
Yeah.
again, you don't see the appearance of Laho or Lau in the Hindu Raho
Yeah.
and Ketu. Actually, again, in Hinduism, there are actually two of them, Rahu and Ketu. They're like split.
Mhm.
But yeah,
Yeah.
anyways,
And then
yeah.
even in Visayas, it's like it's the same type of mythology, but we don't
Mhm.
have the terminology for ours is completely different. It's
Yeah,
Bakunawa, completely
yeah,
different terminology, and the
yeah.
term for Bakunawa essentially means like bent snake, right? Which
Mhm.
again kind of refers to the bent snake
Yeah,
and like the calendar in terms of Bakunawa, like how
yeah.
it's bent basically. So
Cool. Um, there are some questions. We only have you for another like 20 minutes. Let me pick which questions. I can answer the other questions later. I can stay on for another 30 minutes. Let me see if I can find a question that you can answer. Um, what is this?
I did want to make a comment though,
Yeah, go
like
ahead.
in regards to like the music video.
Mhm.
Like I'm actually glad that even though it's not the most historical depiction, like in terms of like
Mhm.
attire and things like that, it is bringing more awareness
Yeah, yeah,
to our culture,
yeah,
our history, our mythology,
yeah.
especially through media like this. Like I mentioned earlier, like with artwork, with stories and things like that,
Mhm.
um, it's helping others learn more about our pre-colonial history and culture,
Mhm.
and a lot more people are getting more involved in it
Yeah,
through different aspects. So like for me, it's with like folklore, mythology, our native like animistic beliefs. For
yeah.
others, it's like through clothing, fashion. I've seen a couple of people who are trying to like recreate our
Yeah,
pre-colonial clothing and wearing them like in everyday
yeah,
like life, which I find amazing.
yeah.
Others have been reviving our pre-colonial tattooing traditions. So it's like there's these certain aspects within of reclaiming our pre-colonial cultures
Yeah.
and heritage. Um, and through sharing some of this, like through Philip's music video, it's introducing that part of our history and culture to not just our people, but also like
Mhm.
internationally.
Yeah. Thanks. Yeah. Sorry, I just saw a question that is perfect for you before we let you go. A question just came in right now. Is there a way for us to convert back to our old religion? I guess the pre-colonial belief
Yeah.
system. And you can share more about that because that's your thing.
Yeah. So actually, there's a lot more people who have been, um, like compared to 10 years ago. Like I only knew a few. Like Lucayo was, I don't know if you remember
Mm-hmm.
them.
Hmm.
There's someone who practices Bicolano and Tagalog, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah. They I've known them for a while, but now there's like a whole group of people and there's a whole community of people like going
Yeah.
back to our animistic and polytheistic beliefs and practices. um, and I do want to mention that despite us being primarily Catholics or Christians and then the other
Mm-hmm.
part being Muslim, in the Philippines, these beliefs and practices never, like you mentioned, never
Yeah.
really died out.
Yeah.
They're more like folk practices today. So a
Yes.
couple of things that we see in like folk practices today, they're actually old practices that
Mm-hmm.
either have been adapted to
Yeah.
Christianity or just local folklore practices.
Yeah.
So it never 100% died out. What did die out, obviously, is honoring the Dewata, right?
Mm-hmm. Hmm.
But giving respects to the spirits and ancestors and the
Yeah.
belief in the spirits in this animistic view never died out. Which is why we always say tabi tabi po or some variation of it when we're going
Mm-hmm.
somewhere, because
Yeah.
a lot of us do like pay respects to the local spirits and
Mm-hmm.
ancestors. But in return, in regards to going back to our old animistic beliefs, and if you want to be also polytheistic, um, look at those records again.
Yeah.
Like get a notebook, write down as much information as
Mm.
possible, um, cross-reference, not just in the historical text, but also like in academic papers,
Yeah.
um, that are both written by those who are not Filipino, those who are written within the Philippines,
Yeah.
like Filipino scholars and academics. Um, and then look at what is currently believed and practiced today throughout the Philippines, and again, cross reference. Um, because a lot of the information is
Still
there.
there. Yeah.
Yeah, like I've seen a lot of people like say there's no record. There
Yeah.
is a
There's
record.
a lot.
There's a lot. There is a lot. You just have to dig through all of it.
Hmm.
Which again is also why I'm trying to finish writing this book.
Yeah.
Yeah, which would kind of help a little bit more, like just to narrow down like
Make
what
it more accessible.
more accessible, because when I first started, it was very overwhelming, and it is
Hmm.
overwhelming. to go through all of this.
Yeah.
And you don't know what to read. You don't know where to, where to start.
Yeah.
Basically. But if you do want to start practicing our animistic beliefs, start by setting up a space to give respect to the ancestors, because a lot of our like pre-colonial beliefs and practices is giving respects to the ancestors, and a lot of ancestral work.
Yeah.
So, give some offerings. Traditional offerings would can be like rice, chicken, pork, things like that. Just you could start out that way. And in regards to other aspects, I did write a lot about it. I still do write a lot about it in like my blog on Instagram, which is where I'm mostly active nowadays. But yeah, just read those records, write, there's certain rituals that are mentioned in those records, certain practices. And again, look at what is currently being practiced today. Look at, for example, there is one where fishermen, for example, they would, whenever they went out to sea, right? When they're going out fishing, they will they would kill a chicken, right? And put like the chicken, like with blood on the boat, right?
Yeah.
That is actually a pre-colonial practice in the Visayas, right? In respect, basically like for the spirits and the ancestors to make sure that they have a successful journey out to the sea. And Francisco Alsina actually mentioned this in his historical records, but instead of chickens, I'm going to get a little bit graphic here.
Go ahead.
Think of like Vikings graphic. But unfortunately, they did practice human sacrifice, right? So there's one ritual where they did this with the 𝐾𝐢𝐧𝐸𝐴, right? The 𝐾𝐢𝐧𝐸𝐴, if you do not know what the 𝐾𝐢𝐧𝐸𝐴 is, was this like large warship, basically, that they used. And the Spaniards were even impressed with the 𝐾𝐢𝐧𝐸𝐴.
It's faster than their ship.
Yeah, it was very swift. They mentioned it, and I wish, I kind of want to see like more depictions of like that.
Yeah.
Like the Maya one. I don't even know what they did with the one in Maya.
Oh yeah, they built one, and then I'm not sure what happened afterwards.
Yeah, if you've ever seen the Maya, the show Maya, it depicts the 𝐾𝐢𝐴. But in historical texts, they mention that they would, when they're bringing the 𝐾𝐢𝐴 down into the water, there was like a slave in the bottom of like whatever they were bringing it, and you could kind of picture what I'm getting at right now.
Yeah.
But the blood of the sacrifice went on the boat.
Yeah.
So nowadays, obviously, we don't do that. But the substitute of that is chicken, and you do see this with fishermen who go out into sea. Right? They will take the chicken, they will put the chicken on the boat, so they will be protected as they go to the sea. Right? And that is the modern depiction of that now. That practice still never died out. You see that practice in Leyte and Samar. Like fishermen like that.
Yeah, and I guess another example would be in Obando, in Bulacan, the fertility rites. The dances, or I'm not exactly sure how they do it, but the
bando fertility rite, right?
In Bulacan, that's also a pre-colonial fertility.
Yeah, I actually wrote about that. How the Abando fertility rites in Bulacan. We do know the dance is pre-colonial because it is mentioned in the oldest dictionaries. Right. So we do know the dance itself was pre-colonial. And most likely the festival itself is also pre-colonial. And there's 3 saints associated with the Obando fertility rites. And I wrote about how those 3 saints may have been 3 certain deities. So Lakapati was one, Jan Masalanta was one, and there's another god, Linga, who was like a phallic god. Those 3 gods may have been associated pre-colonially. because when you look at the aspects of the saints, and why, what they're prayed to, the offerings and things like that, there's certain depictions that are not like certain associations with the saints that they pray to that's not prayed to throughout the rest of the world. Like if you look at the church, you look at other parts of the world, there's no associations with rain. There's no, like for this one saint, I forgot the name of the saint now, but they see them as like fertility. They see them as praying for rain, but you don't see that depiction in the church and anywhere else in the world.
Yeah.
But you see that those two descriptions being for, these deities, right? For Lakapati or for Jan Masalanta.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah. I guess I'll just share, since we're talking about like some traditions that are still around. Another one that's actually gonna surprise a lot of people, probably gonna blow some minds, is actually the cockfighting, sabong. So in Kapampangan traditions, according to the elders, the sabong is actually like it has a spiritual aspect into it, because if you actually go to this, they do e-sabongs now in the Philippines, where they just watch on TV. But if you actually back then when you attend the stadiums, they actually build stadiums just for sabong. So when you actually attend those, you'll hear like one side is red, one side is white, like sapula or saputi. So according to the Kapampangan scholars and culture bearers, the puti and the pula, the white and the red, actually represents the two deities, the one that were fighting a lot, the siblings. So Sinukuan or Apulaki, he's the white, and then Mayari or Malyari, he's the red, or she's the red. So basically what they told us was that the sabong is actually like a reenactment of their battle of the two deities, since also according to the mythology of the pre-colonial Kapampangans, they appeared as a fiery bird, not a human. So yeah, so that's something that I learned from our elders in Pampanga, that sabong was actually, or at least in Pampanga. I'm not saying that this is applicable to the entire Philippines, but um, in the pre-colonial Kapampangan homeland, which used to extend from Tondo to Pampanga to Tarlac to Nueva Ecija, Bataan, and Bulacan. What do you call this? The ritual of having the chicken fight, the cockfight, is a reenactment of the battle between Apong Sinokuan, the sun god, also known as Apolaki, and then against the twin, Mayari or Malyari or Apo na Malyari. But yeah, that's why they have that thing, like you either bet on the white side or on the red side.
That's actually interesting. I actually never heard of that one. So
Yeah, so when I heard it, I was like, whoa, it makes sense now. Why did you
yeah,
know?
that actually makes sense.
I was like, why is it always red and white? Can we get
Yeah,
other
that
colors?
makes sense.
Yeah. Okay. Before we let you go, since it's a few more minutes, I guess if you want to answer this question, um, oh, I lost the question because I see all the questions from Facebook and YouTube at the same time, so I lost the question I was gonna ask you. Where is it? Something about Halia. I guess let's just, I guess, rephrase it. Um, the story of Halia, is it? What do you know about the actual mythology around Halia? Because there's different sides to it. Some say like it's the moon goddess, and the other ones saying like no, it's not a real person. It's not a real goddess.
Yeah. So we know for sure that the term Halia was actually a ritual used during the eclipse. But Halia itself, like, there's no concrete historical record or evidence that this was, a lunar deity, like with a mask and things like that.
Yeah.
That's more of like recent, not like too recent, but like within like the 1900s.
Yeah.
Right. Where that first started popping up. But there's no like historical background in that. I know from a few people who do practice like Bicolano, like beliefs and practices, consider Halia more for the ritual. They don't really see it as a goddess. But other people do see Halia as a goddess because we have that spoke story of Halia with Bakunawa, right? So yeah, like for me, because I'm a Reconstructionist, like I'm
Yeah.
a hardcore Reconstructionist, so like I do look at historical records and then like what was once believed. So I do see 𝐿𝐼𝐴, the term 𝐿𝐼𝐴 is more for the ritual, not as a goddess.
Yeah.
But again, modern interpretations, modern evolution of our myths, 𝐿𝐼𝐴 is a goddess. And she can be a goddess. Like it's to the point where now she is a goddess, essentially. Whether it was historical or not, we're not 100% sure. But yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, she for nowadays she is considered like a goddess.
Cool. Thanks for sharing. I guess how many more minutes? A few more minutes. This is a question that you might be able to answer. Namely, Bathala. Bathala seems to be more of a title. But do you know much about the original context of the Tagalog supreme deity? If you know how to answer this question.
So Bathala is a title. Like it essentially just means Lord, right?
Bathala.
And it comes from Sanskrit. The full name of Bathala was Bathala Mekapal. That's like wonderful names. And Bathala is essentially like the creator deity. So for the most part, they were kind of like, they were the creator deity and they weren't really prayed to per se, because they were just like the creator deity. They weren't as like accessible in terms of like prayers and things like that. There was other deities that kind of like served under Bathala. But yeah, there really isn't. I mean, there is some folklore in Bathala, but for the most part, they were just considered like as the creator deity, and then that's it. Like we don't really like, you don't really see a lot of people like, say for example, like they'll give offerings to Lakapati for asking for food or for rain, food, or for Jan Masalanta for like, you know, love and fertility, things like that, or for Aman Sinaya, who is the god of like fishing and things like that. So there's certain aspects within like, you know, within our lives, like agricultural and things like that, but that we would ask for, like we would pray to, but you don't really typically see them doing it to Bathala, because Bathala was like the creator deity, kind of inaccessible.
Like above everybody else.
Basically.
I guess it's the same in Kapampangan culture, because the sun and the moon were the children of Bathala, which is the same title, just in Kapampangan. But then we don't hear about him after he just left. Like, hey, he goes,
just like, okay,
fight over who's gonna rule.
Exactly. Like, let me do my own thing. You could do your own thing. Like,
it seems like, you know, if you believe in the multiverse, I feel like he left and built another world somewhere. But anyways, thank you. That was extremely helpful, according to Quintus, who asked about it. Thank you. You have a minute left before before
I have a few minutes left.
Okay, cool. So I guess there's a few more questions if you want to answer them. But yeah, thanks for sharing about Bathala. Where is it? I've lost some question that specifically for you. Oh, but somebody found the dictionary you were talking about earlier.
Yes, that one. Sanchez was the other one, and Mentida. Yeah.
Oh, wait, this one you already kind of answered about 𝐿𝐼𝐴. Okay, cool. This one. Do you have any idea about the concept of sexuality? We kind of talked about that earlier. But do you know any deities of love and fertility?
Yeah, Jan Masalanta. Jan Masalanta is like the major one that most people know of. And again, like I mentioned, how she may have been one of the primary focuses in the Abando fertility rites. And, you know, because, you know, if you do not know what the Abando fertility rites are, basically it's just asking for fertility for, especially for those who want a child, or they're looking for love, or things like that. There are other aspects such as like rain
Yeah.
for one of the saints as well. But yeah, I've talked with this topic with a few others who
Mhm.
kind of agree as well that Jan Masalanta may have been one of the three deities associated
Mhm,
with
mhm.
his rites. Um, yeah, that's probably the major one for love and fertility.
I guess I can share a little bit about the Kapampangan one. It's actually a term that a lot of people are familiar with. So in Tagalog today, a lot of people associate Lakambini as a female version of a Lakan.
Mm.
Like they use it in beauty pageants. But actually, Lakambini is actually not a, because Lakan itself is gender neutral.
Yeah.
So Lakanbini is just a modern, or the modern definition of it is a female Lakan, but it wasn't really.
Mhm.
So Lakanbini from a Kapampangan perspective, it comes from the what do you call this? The goddess of fertility,
Mhm.
and the bini in Kapampangan is binhi in Tagalog. So for us in the Kapampangan mythology, she was the goddess of fertility who actually has the appearance of a cobra snake, a
Mm.
cobra in the rice field.
It's
So
always snakes.
yeah, yeah,
Always snakes.
we have some love of serpents in the
We
Philippines.
do. We do. I think that
Yeah,
besides the crocodile and the lizards,
the snake.
snakes.
There's a lot of
Yeah.
snakes. Yeah, and Lakanbini is a. I'm not. I don't want to go too much into detail. Maybe I'll make a video in the future, but it's very Lakanbini is very sexual.
Mm.
there's a there's a ritual that involves sexual practices whenever there's a Lakanbini is around.
Mhm. Mm.
The elders believe that Lakanbini, or back then they believed that Lakanbini not necessarily preys on younger men, but would sleep with younger men, so
Mm.
that there would be like a bountiful harvest of rice in the next year.
Mm.
And if she's not satisfied with the young person he slept with or she slept with, then the
Mm.
harvest wouldn't be that bountiful. But yeah, I don't want to get too graphic into telling you this on how it happens. But
Yeah.
yeah, she has an appearance of a cobra that turns into human to sleep with young men
Mhm.
to to have a bountiful harvest. But yeah, that's a fertility, one of the fertility deities in
Mm.
Kapampangan culture. Okay. How long do you want to stay so I can?
Um, I'll stay for 5 more minutes, and then
Okay, maybe for the next 5 minutes, if there's any closing thoughts
Mhm.
for you.
Closing thoughts.
Yeah.
Well, I kind of mentioned before, like I'm really glad that a lot more people are getting more involved and interested in our folklore and mythology,
Hmm.
um, and our pre-colonial history and culture as well.
Yeah.
There was actually recently, I saw it on Facebook. There is going to be a book series published by the same people who created oh, what's that series now? Percy Jackson.
Oh
It
yeah.
was, right?
Yeah.
They're publishing a series based on our mythology and folklore. And I saw it on Facebook I think
Hmm.
yesterday. So I was like, okay, that's really interesting. Like you're seeing a lot more
Hmm.
involvement through literature, through music videos like Bulan, um, artwork, and things like that, depicting our folklore, depicting
Hmm.
our pre-colonial history and culture. Um, and I feel like it's kind of like making it so more people are acknowledging that the Philippines did not start with Magellan. Like
Yeah.
we had a history prior to Magellan.
Yeah.
It's a very, very rich history, very rich, you know, cultures and beliefs that a lot more people are learning about and connecting with.
Yeah.
So, like, I'm very happy to see that
Yeah. And
happening.
we see it more. I guess it's exciting to see it more in the mainstream, because we've seen people
Yeah,
who do this work, in our little communities, but
yeah.
now it's in front of everybody.
Now you're seeing it's being more mainstream
Yeah.
and not just being talked about within our circles and things like that. You're seeing it more mainstream now.
Hmm.
And I've actually seen a lot more people, like for example, wearing getting more interested in tattoos, traditional tattoos.
Mhm.
There's this girl that I know. I knew her since she was small, and then I recently found out she has like a traditional tattoo, right? And I'm like,
Yeah.
when did you get that? you know. Um, and then I hear like just a lot more people being interested in who our people were prior
Mhm.
to colonization and reclaiming that
Yeah.
part of us.
Yes. Yeah. There's a lot. There's a lot of exciting things coming soon.
Yes.
There are things that there are projects that I'm a part of that I can't talk about
Hmm.
because I'll get sued. Signed an NDA. But yeah. Anyways, I guess before we let you go, this question might be a good one for you to answer before
Hmm.
you go. What do you think are the reasons for the rise in the practice of pre-colonial religious practices? I guess, like, the modern day rise of
Hmm.
these traditions, a resurgence.
Yeah, I feel like there's a couple of reasons. One would be just this reconnection
Mhm,
with ourselves, with
mhm,
our culture, with our ancestors. Because again,
mhm.
our beliefs are stemmed not just from like animistic and polytheistic beliefs, but
Yeah.
ancestral,
Mhm.
respect, like
Yeah.
honoring the ancestors, um, and just that reconnection to them.
Mhm,
Um, and so that's one. Another would be that I feel like a lot more people are being disconnected
mhm,
to Christianity in general,
mhm.
especially in regards to how, you know, with a lot of practices and like viewpoints. So, for
Yeah.
example, in terms of gender, sexuality, um, and then even with like women's rights and like an
Mhm.
abortion and um, like
Mm.
there's so many aspects that our ancestors like
Yeah.
practice that are now the complete opposite.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, like complete opposite. So that's another thing. Um, and yeah, I just feel like for me, for the most part, though, it's just because we are collectively being more in tune with our
Mhm.
culture, with our history, with our people and our ancestors. And through going back to these animistic and pre-colonial
Mhm.
beliefs,
Mhm.
we are essentially reclaiming, what
Yeah.
is ours,
Yeah.
basically. And having this sense of like pride in
Yeah.
ourselves and pride in who we are,
Yeah.
and who our ancestors were.
Yeah.
So I feel like that is the main reason
Yeah.
why a lot of people are going
Yeah.
back to these beliefs.
I agree. Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess another reason that adds or helps that reason is that now we now live in an age where information is accessible.
Mm.
So now you have more access to resources that otherwise 10 years ago you wouldn't have access to unless
Yeah.
you happen to live inside a library. Yeah. But yeah, there's that what you mentioned is really I guess the main reason, and
Mm.
then on top of that there's also it helps that we now have technology that helps us access information
Yeah.
that actually have been just laying around for
Yeah.
us to find.
Yeah. It like I said earlier, like a lot of people say that again, it's not there, it is there. It's just finding that
Mhm.
information, sharing that information.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Cool, thank you. I
Mhm.
guess you have to go. It's late
Yeah.
there. Um,
10:40.
yeah, but again, yeah. Here's some words from our or comments from our
Mhm.
viewers. Great discussion. Cool, thank you.
Thank you.
And there's another one. I'm glad that we have experts like you answering the questions, always sensible and reliable. Great discussion again. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ate Ligaya,
Thank
for for
you.
uh, for joining us again.
Yeah.
The website you can talk about.
Yeah.
Promote yourself before we let you
Yeah.
go.
So, like I said, I do write on that blog. You could always look through my old stuff on Pinoy culture, on Tumblr, which is where the bulk of what I wrote was on there. And you could also find me on Instagram, which is where I am nowadays,
Mhm.
which is under the Pinay Writer.
Yeah,
Um, and as well as on TikTok. I haven't been on there on TikTok in a while, but yeah,
yeah,
I have a couple of videos on TikTok as well.
yeah.
And I'm planning to make another one soon on there. I've been kind of been hiatus on TikTok for a bit.
I just started making more.
Yeah, I saw like a post like on TikTok. But yeah, I'm going to go back on there again. But yeah,
Yeah.
you could find me on TikTok, and on Instagram. But Instagram is where I am mostly at nowadays.
That's cool. Thanks for all your hard work. A lot of folks here are new. Ate Ligaya has been doing this for over 10 years. Yeah, I've been following her work since the 2010s or
Yes,
11, 2012. I forgot which exact year.
I started a blog in like 2012.
Okay, yeah,
Yeah,
2012 then. 10 years ago.
yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, they've been doing the research for over 10 years, and thank you for all your work and even tracking down the real moon goddess in Tagalog. That was amazing. This,
Yeah.
it's just there, but people are not aware of it. But yeah,
Yeah.
thank you for all your hard work. Thank you for joining us again in this live stream. It's always a pleasure to have you.
Yeah.
Daghang salamat, dakala salamat.
I'm
Thank you.
glad to be here, and I can't wait for the next one.
Thank you. Yeah, we'll love to have you back. Cool. I guess while we say goodbye to Ate Ligaya, we'll take a quick break and then I'll be back for maybe another 30 minutes to an hour to answer the rest of the questions. But yeah, thank you again. Salamat.
Thank
Follow
you.
her at the Pinay Writer.
Thank you, guys. Thank you for having me.
How do I do? Okay, there we go. It's been a while. Yeah, we'll be right back. Hello, I am back. Um, Hold on, let me. Oh, folks are still here. Cool. Yay. Again, type your comment or I guess say hi first in the chat in the comments. Let us know where you're watching from. I'll do a couple of shout outs and then we'll go back to answering the questions. And yeah, about Philippine mythologies. That's our topic today, and especially since Bulan just came out. So shout out again to all the 18s out there. I'm not sure if you can see me again. I guess you can. You still can't see me. Sorry, I've been having problems with my camera. Um, but yeah, sadali lang. There we go. But yeah, welcome back if you're still here. And if you're new to the live stream, just joining us now, thank you for joining us. We just had a special guest at Ligaya Caballes, a Visayan, a 𝐿𝐼𝐻 Tagalog culture bearer who practices the pre-colonial beliefs, um, and does a lot of research on pre-colonial mythologies and traditions of the Philippines. So great, always great having her around in our live stream. But yeah, so we can go back to the questions and we can answer some of them in the next 30 minutes. So yeah, so shout out from 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 Manila, si Quintus the Ninth. Hello from Manila. From Austin, Texas, Nubius. Oh, cool, Texas. It's late there, no? And from Cavite, we have Shade Gray. Yes, yes. Thank you again for joining us. Hold on. Medyo merong sa aking lalamunan. Irritated. But anyways, we're talking about Philippine mythologies. Let me go back. So I starred 64 questions that we haven't answered yet. Shout out to all the 18s out there. Comment para in the chat or in the comments. Let us know if you've seen Bulan and what do you think of it. Da, 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 da. We answered that one already. This is a question earlier. Kirby, Miss Ligaya. My question is: there a shape shifting deity in relation to gender fluidity? Um, how do I answer this? So it's different mythologies that are connected, but still different from one another. So I can speak for the Kapampangan naman. In Kapampangan, the deities are technically all shifters because sometimes they usually appear as an animal. Like for example, Apong Sinoquan, the sun god, and the twin sibling Apong Malyari is a moon, or both of them are actually depicted as traditionally they're usually a fiery bird, a phoenix, though a fiery white bird, a fiery white phoenix that would be Apong Sinoquan, the sun, and if it's a fiery red phoenix, it would be Apong Malyari, the twin sibling, twin sister, twin brother, because they don't actually. Again, the deities usually don't have a specific gender assigned to them. They're all gender fluid. This is overall in the different mythologies in the Philippines. Most of the deities, if not all of them, are gender fluid. Again, because our ancestors never really emphasized one's gender as a huge factor. It's not a limiting factor. So the deities were seen as gender fluid. So sometimes they would appear as a human man, an old man. For example, Apong Namalyari in the Aitas, he usually appears as an old man in the forest. While at the same time, that's the same deity, the same diwata, Apong Malyari in Kapampangan, who usually appears as a bird, and and sometimes as a female. So it's always different. But for the most part, most of them can shape shift in my assessment of the different deities because they do again appear differently to different communities. Hope that answers the question. Um, I guess this is the same question or similar question from Maurice. Maurice, how do you imagine our gods and goddesses would look like? Do they resemble humans? So nowadays we see a lot of the human depictions of the different gods and goddesses in the Philippines. The Dewatas are usually depicted nowadays as in human form, but um, again, like what we talked about earlier with Ate Ligaya, they don't have a specific appearance, or like they have different appearances. There's no one big rule that they all have to appear as humans like the Greek gods. I guess a part of it why we see the gods and goddesses today as human form is because of Western culture, the influence of Western culture in the Philippines. Because we're familiar with the mythologies of the Romans, or no, mostly the Greeks, and then the Romans, and how they appear as humans, or even the Norse mythology, where Thor is a muscular man with long blonde hair. But our ancestors actually saw the deities differently. Again, they saw them in Kapampangan mythology. They usually appear as an animal. Um, and not like the Egyptian gods where it's like human body with the animal head. In the Kapampangan mythology, they actually appear as an animal. Like again, the sun god and the moon god, they appear as phoenix, uh, like a fiery phoenix. And then their dad, Batala in Kapampangan, appears like the bird, the kingfisher bird, which is a small blue bird, which is it's really fascinating for me how the two most powerful deities in Kapampangan mythologies are giant phoenixes, fiery phoenixes that battle each other. Yet their father, who is more powerful than them, is just a tiny small bird called Batala or kingfisher bird. But yeah, so our ancestors saw the deities differently. Mostly in Kapampangan mythology, they're seen as animals, and but they do appear human sometimes. So again, they're I guess my answer would be that they would appear um, humans when they try to communicate to humans. Cool. Um, Hopefully that answered the question. Let me know if you have more questions. I'll try to go through the questions earlier. Some of them were already answered when we had at the Ligaya earlier. This one is a good one when it comes to mythological creatures. Benjamin Games or Games is asking, does the pugot really smoke in pre-colonial Philippines, or is it just a Spanish propaganda? So I don't have a straight answer whether they smoke or not, but I can share what pugot was before colonialism. So today, pugot and capre are usually interchangeable because of the Spanish propaganda, and when they vilified a lot of our mythological creatures. So now capre or the pugot is something to be scared of because there were these giants who smoke on top of a tree, and some or on top of a tree or in abandoned buildings that you must be afraid of. Dapat katakutan, that you should be scared of the capres or the pugot, and these dark beings, gigantic beings who smoke and prey on people to harm people. But the thing is, pre-colonially, at least in Kapampangan culture, again, I cannot speak for other cultures that I did not grew up in. In Kapampangan culture, according to our elders, the pugot was actually not necessarily evil, but they were actually the guardians of the forest, the guardians of of Mother Nature. So the pugot was just giant who lives on top of a tree, and it's this gigantic dark being, dark skinned being, usually depicted as a black person. Um, this gigantic being that is scary when you look at him. He's scary, but he would only harm you if you harm Mother Nature. So it's more of a guardian. Like you should only be scared of the pugot if you harmed Mother Nature, if you unnecessarily cut trees or burned something or killed an animal that you're not supposed to kill without the proper rituals. So the pugot is more of a guardian in the forest, a guardian in the jungle, and a protector. Actually, a lot of the elders saw the pugot as a protector of Mother Nature and also a protector of the indigenous people in the mountains, in the forest, like the Aitas. And actually, a lot of people are probably not familiar of Captain David Fagan, the African American soldier who switched sides during the Philippine American War and joined the Filipino Revolution. He was actually given the nickname Pugot by the elders Kapampangans in the 1800s and 1900s, and also by the indigenous Aitas. They gave him the name Pugot because they saw him as a protector of the community, the protector of the mountain, the protector of the indigenous people, the protector of Filipinos against American imperialism. So that's like a modern. He was the modern embodiment of an ancient mythological creature known as Pugot. Hopefully that made sense. If it doesn't make sense, I explained it in two of my videos, so search it up. Cool. Okay, Quintus is sharing about the smoking part. The smoking part a bit. They don't smoke, but they are smoke. Yes, that makes sense. They usually take the form of smoke, and or there's usually or sometimes there's usually a smoke around them when they appear. Um, but I guess since colonialism happened, they associated that with smoking cigar or tobacco. Thanks for sharing, Quintus. Not a question, but I want to say hi. I'm a new follower. Thank you. Yes, it's true. Napakayaman ng mythologies ng Pilipinas. I'm not even. I know quite a lot about it, but I don't even know everything. Marami pa talagang. Marami pa akong hindi alam, especially in other culture, the mythologies. of the Ilocanos, for example, the mythologies of the Ibanags or the indigenous Lumad. I'm not really as familiar as I'd like to be. So there's a lot. I guess but my advice to a lot of folks who wants to dig deeper is start with your own cultural background. So if you're Tagalog, start with the Tagalog mythology, and if you're not, then start with your own mythology because again, there's a lot of like things we can learn. Um, yeah, cool. Let me go back to the other questions. Okay, just a comment on Bulan, the music video, which triggered our topic today. Napanganga ako sa music video kasi di ko akalain magre-release ng ganon genre si Felip. Kala ko mala R&B pa rin, samahan pa niya ng cinematic shot. So yeah, it is a good music video. I know there's a lot of controversy about about plagiarism daw, pero yeah. Drama Guru Lu is asking, what is the most popular Philippine mythology character? Nowadays, if I were to answer this, would be Bakunawa, because Bakunawa appears in a lot of art, a lot of um, um, content out there, and even in Bulan. So I feel like right now, if we were to name one specific mythological character or being in that is popular nowadays, it would be Bakunawa. Thanks for that question. Um, da, 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 da. We already answered the human part. Sorry, I'm just going through all the questions I start from 2 hours ago. Da, 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 da. Okay, just an advice from Maria B. Lopez. Filipino comic book writers are reviving this interest in Filipino mythologies. So look into the works of Budgetan, Ian Santa Maria, Arnold Are. Oh, naputol. But yeah, there's a lot of comics nowadays. Actually, there's a lot. I've seen a surge of comics, modern day comics about our pre-colonial mythologies. So search them up. Trece is one of them, one of the more popular ones since it's got picked up by Netflix. Um, da-da-da-da. Oh, cool. We answered this already. Cool. Okay, a comment from Sweet Girl. Sayang wala na yung lolo ko. Siya lang matyaga magkwento sa amin noon. Yeah, that's sayang. Pero ang advice ko sa lahat ng mga interesadong matuto or malaman yung mga different mythologies, even the stories from our elders is kung nandyan pa sila, don't be shy to ask them what they remember. A lot of the times, our lolos and lolas actually do remember the stories that were passed down to them. And again, some of these stories were not written down, so it's important for us to document them, ask them, you know, um, ask them about the folklore, the mythologies that they grew up hearing. Even if you don't believe in it, even if they don't believe in it themselves, the stories are still important to be recorded because it gives us a glimpse of how our ancestors lived, how our elders lived, the world of our ancestors before colonialism. And again, mythologies, these stories change through time. So yeah, important that, like what Ate Ligaya was reminding us earlier, it's important for us to rewrite our own stories and write it ourselves because it's been written by Western perspective for the last 500 years mostly. So it's time to document them. Salamat. Um, Maurice is asking, who among the gods and goddesses are malevolent? We've answered this before, actually. Me and Ate Diwata, not Ate Diwata, Ate Ligaya. We answered this in our earlier live stream earlier this year, and there's no short answer to this question and who is benevolent or malevolent amongst the Diwatas, because the thing is, our ancestors did not see things in black and white. They actually did not see things in, like, evil, good versus evil. There's always a balance into it. In different contexts, some gods are evil, but then in a different in another context they would actually be the good one. So it depends, you know, on the story itself and the context of the story and their role, because I guess they see Diwatas as just like us humans, that they have their their ups and downs. They have their good side and bad side. So it's not a black and white thing that this is pure evil and this is pure good. Yeah, so there's no short answer to who among the gods and goddesses are malevolent. So even the gods and goddesses of the underworld can be seen as benevolent at times. I guess an example would be, just since we talked about it earlier, Apolaki or Apong Sinukuan, the sun god in Kapampangan mythology, and then Malyari, Apo na Malyari, the moon god in Kapampangan and Aita and Pangasinan mythology, or Kapampangan and Aita mythology. Um, so in some cases, you know Apong Sinukuan is seen mostly as benevolent. If you ask, actually here, if you ask a Kapampangan back then, Apong Sinukuan is usually the benevolent one, and then Apong Malyari is usually the bad one. But then if you ask the Aitas, it's the opposite. Apong na Malyari is usually the benevolent one, while Apong Sinukuan is the malevolent one. So it depends on the context too. Even in Kapampangan, sometimes when you piss off Apong Sinukuan, the sun god, he would actually show his ugly evil side. So I guess the answer to this question is that each of them have their own benevolent and malevolent side. So for example, Apong Sinukuan, even though usually he's seen as benevolent, when he gets pissed, he sends Apong Galura to bring in the typhoons and really washed away a lot of the towns and villages. But yeah, hopefully that answered the question. The question is, the Bakunawa sometimes in human form? Actually, I've never encountered Bakunawa in a human form. Maybe Ate Ligaya can share about this later. Yeah. So Nubius is asking, can you post this session later on YouTube or Patreon? Yes. So it would definitely stay on YouTube and Facebook, and I'll put the links on Patreon. Thank you for asking and reminding me. Ano pa ba? There was okay. There are literature written about Tikbalang in Philippine literature. There's a lot of literature written about the Tikbalang. It's one of the more popular lower mythological beings in the Philippines. But I guess if you watch my reaction to Trece when they showed Tikbalang, or one of my reactions to another video before that showed Tikbalangs, a lot of people today are familiar with Tikbalang as a half human, half horse. But if you look at our pre-colonial or even the early colonial mythologies, especially for Kapampangans, the Tikbalang is actually not usually a horse. That's one of the popular ones that tao tapos kabayo. But in Pampanga, in Kapampangan mythology, the Tikbalang is actually usually a human body, but with the head of a bird. So more like mulawin ang itsura niya. There's actually different appearances of the tikbalang that people are not familiar with today. Usually they see tikbalang now as a half human, half horse, but traditionally they can be half human, half bird, or half human, half horse. And another thing is that today tikbalangs are associated as a bad being that you should be scared of. That they usually will cause you to get lost. Yung nawawala ka, liligaw ka nila. But today they teach it, or they tell the story as if the tikbalang is just bad that wants you to get lost. But if you look at the traditional beliefs around the tikbalang before colonialism, they were actually seen as the guardians of the sacred treasures. So back then, pre-colonially in Kapampangan culture, again, I'll speak on Kapampangan mythology since that's a lot of what I know comes from it. And there's also all different versions of different mythologies across the Philippines. But in Kapampangan mythology, the Tikbalangs were seen as the guardians of the sacred treasures, usually in a cave, in a forest. So the Tikbalang's job was actually to protect that treasure from bad people. So that's where the story comes from, or the story of them making someone lost or nililigaw nila yung isang tao, it's usually because they want to protect that treasure from being stolen by the person, the human. So if you look at our pre-colonial mythologies, the Tikbalangs were protecting a sacred treasure that they don't want bad humans to find. So ayaw nila makuha to o manakaw ito ng mga tao, so nililigaw nila yung mga tao. But again, after colonialism, it became we lost that context that now we just see Tikbalangs as this evil being that would cause you to get lost. But yeah, so Tikbalang is neither bad nor good. They're just doing their job to protect a sacred treasure. So usually that sacred treasure is like they have powers that would give a human power. But yeah, that's a short spiel about the Tikbalang. Hajiev is asking, what books would you recommend for high mythology beings? I think many fiction I see focuses on low mythological creatures. That's right. That's correct. That a lot of the books that has been published about Philippine mythology in the last couple of decades are usually dealing with the lower mythological creatures like the tikbalang, the kapre, the duende, the aswang, the manananggal. Um, but in terms of the thing is, I don't want to recommend fiction. There's a lot of good fictions out there. It's not that I don't like them. It's just that if you want to learn, start with um, what Ate Ligay and I were talking about earlier. Start with the dictionaries. Start with the records that were historical records that were written, and at the same time, you know, cross reference it cross reference it with other records. Um, but yeah, Maurice is Maurice Frisulmi is suggesting Maximo Ramos' Philippine Lower Mythology. It's a good, yeah, good source. Also the creatures. Oh yeah, creatures of Philippine mythology. That's the same one. Yeah. Aside from Serena, what else po mga mythical creatures in the sea? Um, so even the Serena and the Sereno is actually the term itself is colonial. I'm not sure about other mythologies in the Philippines. But in Pampanga, you know how we have Shokoy, the fish demon or like the human fish, um, in our Filipino mythology today. So in Kapampangan pre-colonial beliefs, the Shokoy is called Swiki. Excuse me. The Kapampangan term for Shokoy is Swiki, and in Kapampangan, Swiki, the Swiki is actually not bad. The Swiki is a it's a mythological creature that is in the form of a fish, like a demon fish. Um, but they're not bad. They're actually seen as the cure to the diseases. So they believe back then that the Swiki can cure people of ailments. So I made a joke before when I made a video, a reaction video, that maybe we need the Swikis back to cure us with, get rid of the COVID pandemic. But yeah, so Shokoy is one of them, or Swiki in Kapampangan. They're not necessarily bad. They can actually cure diseases. Another one that I can think of in Kapampangan traditions are the what do you call this? The Nagarajas, the dragons, the water dragons, that are the kings of the seas. So there's a lot. There's a lot, and again, it's different per culture. I guess my advice for folks too, if you want to learn more, is to start with your own culture. Oh, cool. So Hira, Hera, Alexan is sharing. Kata or Katao is the local term for Serena in Western Visayas, and Magindara for Bicol. See, we have usually when we have local terms for these being, it means that they're pre-colonial, but not that's not a 100% accurate rule. But usually when we have a local term, it means that we have a native roots. Okay, Tina saying, I'm from a clan, and some say the story about Bulan Bakunawa. When I was young, I used to play Buta Buta or Bulan with my sibling when the moon is so bright at night. Yeah, the game Bulan is actually what inspired the dance circle in the music video. So comment below if you know the game Bulan or Buan Buan if you've played it. It's a game that reenacts the eclipse, that is popular across different parts of the Philippines. Maurice is sharing Beroka. Oh yeah, it's usually a river monster. I remember that one too. Yeah. Um. Okay, we answered the Sirena and the Mermaid. Um. Teka lang. I'm trying to scroll. Question. Are Tikbalang and Centaur the same? No. Centaurs are the European, half horse, half human, but the centaurs have a human upper body with the horse lower body. It's the opposite for us. The tikbalang is, again, in usually nowadays is the horse head human body. Traditionally in Kapampangan is a bird head human body. But yeah, they're not the same. But thank you for that question. Ayla is asking, what do you feel what do you feel about the music video Bulan and Felip? I said in the video, I like it. I enjoyed the music video. I'm happy that he did this music video. Because again, like what me and Ate Ligaya were talking about earlier, it's reigniting interest to a lot of Filipinos to dig deeper into our mythologies. And I've seen this in the comments on my reaction video. A lot of you are saying that you've never heard about the stories until the music video. So Philip did a great job in introducing a lot of people to these pre-colonial mythologies that a lot of people have forgotten. So yeah, hopefully that answered the question. Cool. Yes, Centaur is Greek. Um, ta-ta-da. Okay. Please react po sa mana ng SB19. Yes, I will do a reaction. Not sure when, but I already know what I'm gonna talk about. But the thing is, I know people are saying that I should react to the performance of SB19 Mana. But the thing is, I kind of want to really wait. I really want to wait for the music video to come out because I know they're gonna include something, in it that you don't see in the performance. So I want to wait for the music video first to come out before I give my reaction. Because visuals. I'm big in visuals. So yeah. But yes, I will react to the mana of SB19, short from Manananggal. Okay, there's a lot of questions coming in. Let me see. Let me scroll through the other questions first since they were sent earlier. But I do have like maybe 15 minutes left of this live stream. But thank you again for joining us. Thank you for everyone for asking your questions. I can't answer all of it right now, but yeah, we'll have more live streams in the future. Cool. Question from Quintus the Ninth regarding the history of the Kapampangan versus Tagalog deities. Did they have? Oh, I guess. Yeah. Did they have some kind of conflict? Were the deities originally different? Um, so to answer this, we have to look at the history of the Tagalog and Kapampangan people, which is a long history. um, so in terms of gods and goddesses or deities, they originally had different sets of deities. But over time, since they lived together for hundreds of years, for over 1,000 years next to each other, it's it's what do you call this? We can't avoid having that mixture of beliefs. So, for example, the story of Mayari being the moon goddess of the Tagalog was actually adopted from the Kapampangan. There we go. In a bit, I was trying to say it, but I couldn't say it for some reason. But yeah, we can't avoid the merger of the different, especially in the borders where Tagalogs and Kapampangans live alongside each other. Um, you can't avoid them being merged. Again, I'm trying to say the example of Mayari was adopted from the Kapampangans. But for me, I think the reason why it was recorded Tagalog instead of Kapampangan was because some parts today of the Philippines that are Tagalog speaking provinces used to be Kapampangans. So the biggest one would be Bulacan. So people nowadays, if you study in Bulacan, you study the mythologies in Bulacan, since they speak Tagalog, you would always associate it with Tagalog mythology. But if you actually dig deeper, those were actually remnants of the Kapampangan culture which used to be the predominant culture in Bulacan. So for those who did not know, if you look at the history of Kapampangans and Tagalogs, Bulacan only started becoming Tagalog in the 1800s, in the early 1800s. Before that, or late 1700s, early 1800s, before that, Bulacan was predominantly Kapampangan speaking. And you can still see a lot of the Bulaqueño family last names today are actually have Kapampangan meanings. And a lot of the towns, if not most of the barangays and towns in Bulacan that are not Spanish, are actually Kapampangan. Like even San Miguel, Bulacan used to be called San Miguel de Mayumo. Mayumo means sweet. So there's a lot of places in Bulacan that have Kapampangan meanings. But again, there's a long history between Tagalogs and Kapampangans. And if we look at historical linguistics, when you study history and linguistics, um, one of the experts in Austronesian languages who studied, what do you call this, historical linguistics, and he studied the prehistory of the Tagalog people, according to Zork. According to his great work on tracing the Tagalog language, the Tagalog people, what do you call this? Let me rephrase it. What do you call this? According to the historical linguistics work of Professor Zork, he found that the Kapampangans have lived in central Luzon and southern Luzon, which is now Tagalog. So southern and central Luzon, and they lived there for over between 2,000 to 500, between 2,000 to 5,000 years ago. That's when the Kapampangan, the modern, or not the modern day, but the roots of the Kapampangan people emerged. Um, and then it was only the Tagalog only came around 2,000 years ago. That made did I say those accurately? Let me know if it did not make sense. I feel like I did not explain it the way I want to explain it. But yeah, I'll try. I'll type the name of the work. Hey, naghang yung computer. Oh my god. But yeah, if we look at the work of Professor Zork about the prehistory of the Tagalog language, the Tagalog speaking people. So according to this work, the historical linguistics, um, according to historical linguistics, the Tagalog speaking people arrived in Luzon around 1,000 to 1,200 years ago, while the Kapampangan speaking people have been living in the area since 2,000 to 5,000 years ago. So I know a lot of you are gonna be like confused. Um, but yeah, I'll type it on the chat. So if you look at the prehistory in the historical linguistics of the Tagalog language itself, yeah, the Kapampangan speaking people have been living in the area, which is now central Luzon and southern Luzon, since 2,000 to 5,000 years ago, while Tagalog speaking people arrived a little later, around 1,000 to 1,200 years ago. So yeah, cool. Kuya Kirby, medyo out of topic, but I just want to ask, mahaba ba ang buhok ng mga lalaki dati or may mga kalbo din? Um, it depends again in the culture. So, for example, in the Visayas, I know there were long hair. They had long hairs. In Bicol, they had long hairs pre-colonially when the Spaniards arrived. But it depends again on the culture. Kasi, for example, when the Spaniards alive when the Spaniards arrived in Manila, they had shorter hair. So in Manila and parts of Pampanga, Luzon, Central Luzon, since they were Muslim, they had shorter hair. So it depends. Shade Grace asking, so Tondo is potentially ancient. Yes. So Tondo, again, the earliest record in the Philippines that we have that survived is the Laguna Copper Plate, which mentions Tondo. So Tondo, yes, it's been around for at least 1,000 years, over 1,000 years. Oh, so the question about latecomers to Luzon, the Tagalog people, unknown to people, unknown to many, even Tagalog people themselves. The Tagalog people actually branched out from the Visayan people. So, if you look at Austronesian family of languages, if you trace the roots of Tagalog, it came from the Visayan languages. The Tagalog speaking people were a branch of the Visayan languages of similar as Bicol languages. So there are theories that the Tagalog people branched out directly from the Visayans or from the Bicolanos, which again all of them belong to the same family of languages in the Philippines. So to answer the question, where did they come from before Luzon? They were from the Visayas. So again, if I were to put this in a simple analogy, oversimplified analogy, is that the Tagalog culture, the Tagalog people today is a product, a byproduct of um, Visayans and Kapampangans. That's a controversial statement, but I stand by it because if you look at the roots of Tagalog, it came from the Central Visayan languages, and then or the Central Philippine languages, which is Visayans, and then they migrated to Luzon and they got exposed to Kapampangan culture. So that's how Tagalog has that unique culture of having links with the Kapampangans and the Visayans. And if you actually look at the grammar of the Tagalog language, is the same or very closely the same, similar to the Visayan grammar, but not Kapampangan grammar. And then if you look at the vocabulary, there's a lot of vocabulary in Tagalog that were actually adopted and borrowed from Kapampangan. So yeah. So if the Tagalog people came 1,000 years ago, according to historical linguistics, so is it safe to say that Laguna Copper Plate exists even before Tagalog? Yes. So so the Laguna Copper Plate existed around the same time that the Tagalog people started migrating to central or to southern Luzon. I know a lot of people today associate, even if you look at the pages around Laguna Copper Plate, they always talk about the language there is a mix of Sanskrit, Old Javanese, Old Malay, and Old Tagalog. But there's also Old Kapampangan words in there that I can see myself. Actually, I saw when I read it myself, I saw a lot more similarities with Tagalog, or no, not Tagalog, more similarities with the Kapampangan grammar than the Tagalog grammar. So there's a lot of mixture. So by the time that the Laguna Harbor Plate was written, there was already a lot of Tagalog people who lived in Luzon, in central Luzon and southern Luzon. But in my opinion, in my professional opinion as a historian and culture bearer, they're not the predominant group yet. And then by the time the Spaniards came, they actually recorded that um, by the time the Spaniards came, the split was between the Tagalog people living on the south of Metro Manila and the north of Metro Manila today is Kapampangan. So back when the Spaniards came in the 1500s, 1571, the usual border is the Pasig River. So everything south of the Pasig River was predominantly Tagalog, while everything north of the Pasig River was predominantly Kapampangan. And again, Bulacan only became Tagalog speaking in the late 1700s, early 1800s. So yeah, thank you for the question. And I can talk more about it. Actually, I talked a lot about it in my book, the green one. There's a chapter here that talks about it, and I'll let you know when it's available in the Philippines. Okay. Where did the Indian influence come from? Through conquest or through trade? Mostly through trade, and there's actually not much record of Indian conquest in the Philippines, at least. I know there's some theories about the Chola Empire and the Visayas, but that's actually not yet really proven. But yeah, it's mostly through trade and cultural exchange. And actually, if we were to actually look at it, our branch of Hindu Buddhist traditions came the Indian influence in the Philippines is indirect. So we do have a direct connection with India, but most of it comes from other parts of Southeast Asia. Yes, surprising. Yes, Bisaya and Tagalog are actually closer to each other than Kapampangan and Tagalog. Is the Pasig River after historical figure? No, sorry. I forgot the word. There was a word for Pasig, or there's a definition of an older definition for the word Pasig. So it's not true that it was named after a historical figure. If anything, the historical figure Dayang Pasig was named after the river. Because even actually Pasig is almost, it's a common term for a river. There's even a Pasig, but there's a Pasig River in Pampanga, in Porac, Pasig Potrero River. So Pasig, I forgot the exact meaning of Pasig, but it's usually a name for a type of river. So the most popular one is the Pasig River in Metro Manila, but there are other Pasig rivers in the in Central Luzon, like the Pasig Potrero River in Porac, Pampanga. So kami mga Bulacanang Kapampangan pa din. Not everybody. So marami nang nag-migrate sa Bulacan na hindi Kapampangan. Pero there are some families that are still there that are Kapampangan roots but no longer speaks Kapampangan. But yeah. Even Tondo, there's still a lot of families that lived in Tondo for generations that used to be Kapampangan speakers but now Tagalog speakers because of their exposure to the Tagalog culture. And proximity to Tagalog culture. But yeah, Tondo used to be predominantly Kapampangan speaking. Actually, according to our elders, even during the 70s and the 80s, or even during the 70s and the 60s, Tondo was still predominantly Kapampangan speaking, unless you were a migrant. Uh, cool. Oh, thank you. Sorry, thanks. I hope I'm answering the question. There's a question about me to cite my claims. It's hard to cite in live conversations, but if you want, I list a lot of my resources in a lot of my videos. Not all, because sometimes I forget to put it, but I have a list. Even in this book, there's a long list of sources in the back, pages of sources. Ay, nahulog. But yeah, and I know a lot of you are barely learning about or hearing about these things. So for a lot of you, it's surprising, but actually for a lot of older folks, it's not. Some people say like, oh, wala ka namang sources kasi hindi naman nakita sa internet. Not all sources are in the internet. There's actually a ton of books written in different languages in the Philippines that are not accessible to a lot of people. So a lot of people sometimes are like, oh, it's not written, or it's not. I can't find it online. It doesn't mean that it did not exist. There's you can read Pampanga and its towns by Mariano Henson. There's the Kapampangan ethnography by I forgot his name, but something Galang. Those are the top of my head. Even if you read the Boxer Codex, and even if you read Miguel de Loarca's accounts, his census of early colonial Philippines, you'll see that you know um, you know half of Luzon or half of Metro Manila speaks Tagalog, the other half speaks Kapampangan. Um, yeah, and if there's a lot, you have to actually cross-reference, like what Ate Ligaya was saying earlier. When you read books, when you read sources, don't rely on one or few sources. You have to cross-reference it with the other sources around us. So, yeah. So there's a lot of rare books that is unfortunately not, what do you call this, not accessible to a lot of Filipinos, but they do exist and they have a lot of information that we can learn about our ancestors. Um, do I have a video on the different Philippine pantheons? Not yet, because there's a lot of different pantheons or gods and goddesses in different mythologies. So for me, uh, as much as I wanna do it, I kind of wanna do more research because I don't want to be just too much into one. Because I can talk to you about Kapampangan Pantheon or Tagalog Pantheon, some of them, but there's a lot of other. I want to give. I guess I want to share the spotlight to the other cultures too. So, yeah, maybe I'll do more live stream with other culture bearers from other cultures. Like we had Ate the guy earlier, who's an expert in Visayan and Tagalog mythology. Um, Maybe we can have a guest from a Tausug mythology or a Maranao or a Lumad or a Naita or Ifugao. There's a lot of different mythologies. Like it's hard to make one video that talks about all the pantheons. It could be a series. Okay, there's some related questions that I see. Okay, reminder from newbies. Yes, some books are rare, especially when you get deeper into your research. Um, okay, I found the what do you call this? The Sorry, I found the related questions. Um, Kirby or Sir Kirby, what is the spiritual significance of the Kalis? And then related to that is a question from Kasmir Yusuf. Shout out to Kasmir. Just a random question since I can hear Chris in the back. How do you say Chris in Kapampangan? So Chris in Kapampangan is Kalis. So Kalis. That's what we call Chris in Kapampangan. And then to answer the other question, this is the spiritual significance of the Kalis or Chris to say it, to there's a long answer to it, but the short answer would be like each Chris or Kalis has a spirit, according to our pre-colonial beliefs, and it's the same belief in Java, Indonesia. It's the same belief, and I believe maybe Kashmir can add to it. Even in Tausug culture, they also have they believe that the Chris is very spiritual. So in Kapampangan, it's called Kalis, and in Mindanao, in Sulu, in Mindanao, it's called Chris. Keri in Javanese is called Keris, so it's all the same word pertaining to a family of sorts. So actually, a lot of people today are familiar with the Chris in Mindanao, which are longer. And but in Indonesia, in Java, Indonesia, in Bali, in Kapampangan culture, the Chris are actually shorter. So it's a lot of different um, sizes, and they're also not usually wavy. Some Chris are actually straight. Yes, some. Okay, cool. Casimir said in Tausug they also say kalis. Um, if question or answer or answer question about the kalis, since you mentioned it, since Aring Sinukwan or Apong Sinukwan, the sun deity, the god of war in Kapampangan mythology, would he have had a weapon? Would it have been a Chris or Kalis or Kampilan? It would not have been Kampilan. It would have if Sinukwan has to choose between a Kampilan and a Chris, it would be the Chris, the Kalis. Actually, there's a sect, a sect, a sect, a religious group in pre-colonial Pampanga, known as the Oclubans, and they were the priests that worship Apong Sinukwan, and what do you call this? They were their primary spiritual weapon was a Chris, a Kalis, and according to Kapampangan, what do you call this? According to the Kapampangan pre-colonial mythology and traditions, the Chris or the Kalis, the waviness of the Kalis is actually an embodiment or representation of the lightning. Um, and yes, so Sim Flores is asking, Kalis symbolizes the lightning. Yes. So in Kapampangan mythology, the Chris or the Kalis is the embodiment of the lightning, and the lightning is actually the primary weapon of Apong Sinukwan. So when Apong Sinukwan is angry, he will strike you with lightning. And that lightning is also believed to be a fiery red dragon called Alti. Okay, so let me rephrase to answer the question. Um, Apong Sinukwan's main weapon as a god of war is actually the lightning, and that lightning is also a dragon called Alti, and Alti means lightning in Kapampangan, or one of the lightnings in Kapampangan. So Alti is the one that strikes you, and Chris is the physical embodiment of that alti. And yes, so according to again from Quintus, alti is the lightning that strikes the ground. Yes, so if the lightning hits the ground, that's alti. If it doesn't, that's kidlat. So in Tagalog, they say kidlat. In Kapampangan, there's kidlap, which is similar to kidlat, and then there's the or kildap, and then there's the alti. So alti is the one that touches the ground. Yes. And then another thing, since we're talking about Calis and the lightning, what do you call this? You know how we don't point with our fingers, but we point with our mouth or our mouth? Because in Kapampangan, or not, in pre-colonial traditions in the Philippines, there's different explanations about why we don't point with our fingers. But in Kapampangan, we don't point with our fingers because in pre-colonial traditions of the Kapampangans, when you point with your finger, is you're summoning Apong Sinakwan to strike them with lightning. So that's why we don't point with your finger unless you're really upset at them, and you're hoping that they would be struck by lightning. So yeah, that's why we point with our mouth. So we don't accidentally um, summon Sinakwan to strike somebody with lightning. Yes, that is very cool. And actually, when you hold a kris or a kalis, and this is actually similar to the Javanese traditions in Indonesia. In Kabapangan culture, you can't point with your finger, and you really cannot point the kris to somebody. If you unsheath the sword, or if you take it out of the scabbard, and you accidentally point it at somebody, that's like a curse. You're cursing them to be struck by lightning. So when you unsheath a kris, you should be careful not to point it at somebody. And there's actually a way to neutralize it. You point it to the ground right away. So for example, if I took out my kris, my kalis, and I accidentally, I took it out, and there's somebody standing there, and I didn't realize that the pointy side of it is pointing at them, that would be summoning Apong Sinakwan to curse them with lightning, to kill them with lightning. So I would have to immediately neutralize it by pointing or tapping the tip of the kris to the ground you know, to redirect the lightning from hitting that person to just hit the ground instead. So neutralize it. So that's a fun fact about pre-colonial traditions regarding the kris or the kalis. Oh, cool. So yeah, in Mindanao, in some cultures in Mindanao, they do say that the number of curves in the kris represents the rank of the owner. Cool. And then there's the saying lintik in Tagalog, which is alti in Kapampangan. It's the term in Kapampangan is digpaning alti, so you were struck by lightning. But that's a curse. That's like a derogatory term to say that, oh, you're a bad person, or um, and the reason why we say digpaning alti is because um, the reason behind it is that you were struck by Apok Sinakwan's lightning, yet you survived, meaning you're a demon, not a human. So that's why it's an insult to be called digpaning alti. Yeah, an episode about our weapons. Yes. So Maurice, if you actually look at my older live stream, there's one with Jacob Ira. He's an expert in Filipino martial arts, and we did talk about a lot of weapons, and he actually showed a lot of his collection because he has a huge collection of traditional weapons. But I need to use the banyo really quick. I need to um, take a CR break. So keep sending your questions. I'll stay on for another maybe 30 minutes. I was supposed to get off now, but since we're getting to a good conversation, I'll stay on for another couple of more minutes. So yeah, CR muna ako. And please send in your questions while I'm away in the banyo. Peace out. Be back. Hello, I am back. Back back. Let's put Manila in my background. Yan. Ano na ba? Saan na ba tayo? Uy, dami na palang comments. Sorry, I had to pee. Here lang. Okay, cool. Maria Sinukwan is Apong Sinukwan. Arang Sinukwan is just a way of making. So in a way, it's a way for the Spaniards to make the deities smaller. But there's actually a mythology around. Maria Sinukwan is actually a daughter of Apong Sinukwan. I forgot which child because Apong Sinukwan has a lot of kids, and one of them was called by the Spaniards as Maria Sinukwan. Yeah, if you can, if my Kawamang viewers can remember, comment. We Filipinos have too much to learn. Thank you, thank you. I'm providing a space where we can speak pieces. Thank you. Hopefully, this is again my videos, my live streams, my even my books are not meant to give you a 100% answer to your questions, but to give you a glimpse and or to inspire you to dig deeper. So it's like what I say, like what I say in my videos. Hopefully, my videos will help you inspire to dig deeper into your roots, into your history and traditions. Yes. Um, what did I miss in the questions? Yes, so in Tausug tradition, before you unsheath a calice, that you have to do a ritual because Tausugs believe that you can be corrupted by the jinns. Yes, the jinns. And the jinns are similar to the genies while wielding it and might hurt someone. Yes. So we used to have the same tradition in Pampanga. I just don't know how to do it. um, nowadays it's kind of watered down. Um, cool. Yeah, there's a lot of Spanish rebranding a lot of the deities like Makiling, Sinokwan. They pick them into they turn them into a lesser spirit. Same with the word Diwata. Diwata used to refer to the deities, the gods and goddesses, and then suddenly it refers to fairies. Um, Sim Flores, what are jinn? Okay, Kasmir, you want to share what are jinns in Tausug culture? Or anyone, any of our Bangsamoro friends watching us today? Yes. Okay, so short answer, jinns are the equivalent of the Encanto. Maybe we can dig deeper into this because I'm not gonna pretend I know everything. So let's save this for more research. Are all mythical creatures we know Diwata? No. So there's different types of mythical creatures. There's the Diwatas are usually the gods and goddesses. Not necessarily all the mythical creatures because there's like for example the Tikbalangs, the Kap or the Pugot, the Tikbalangs, the other beings are not Diwatas. They're of a lower type of mythical creature or beings. And yes, jinn is genie in Arabic. Yes, it is a Islamic and Middle Eastern term that we inherited since we have Muslim heritage too in the Philippines. Um, yes. Wait, there's a lot of questions or comments. Okay, so if you research, Kapre are actually similar to the Islamic Ifrit, which is a kind of a jinn. Yeah, yeah. And a lot of people actually don't know that Spain and Portugal were actually Muslim for almost 1,000 years, 900 plus years that they were Muslim. So, um, so a lot of the things we also got from Spain are actually from a Muslim heritage. And Gita Putri's sharing, I'm Muslim, and in Quran, Allah created human from dirt while jinn created from fire. Thanks for sharing. Customer is saying your callus is alive and there's a jinn inside. Maybe. Yeah. So there's actually a tradition too to have a callus to protect your home, and they still do this in Indonesia. They have keris and krisis that they put on their ceiling or on the poste, to protect their home as a guardian spirit that protects their home. Yes, thank you to Angita Putri for sharing about what the Quran says about the jinn, and it explains why it's also similar to the Ifrit, which is fire. Oh, cool! One of my patrons here. Hi, thank you, welcome. I'm glad you were able to catch it. I'm gonna be. I have like maybe 15 more minutes, but thank you for joining us. And you can again, if you're just joining us now, once I get off the live stream, it would automatically be saved as a video on Facebook and on YouTube, so you can watch a replay of it. But yeah, if you have more questions about mythologies in the Philippines or pre-colonial Philippines in general, let us know in the comments. I can answer them now or answer them in a future video. Um, Sarah is asking, my patron Sarah is asking, are you familiar with Hilot? Have you spoken about Hilot before? I'm familiar with it, although I'm not an expert on Hilot. Although our family in Pampanga, some of them still really follow this tradition of Hilot. And yes, what do you call this? I haven't spoken about it yet in a video, but in the future, I would love to speak about it and hopefully bring an expert who can share more about it in a live stream. I want to do more of these live stream where I can have experts from different topics, different fields who can join us and talk to us about what they know, because nobody knows everything. So I love it when we share knowledge with each other. And yes, thank you, Sarah, for that suggestion. It's a great suggestion to talk about hilot, our traditional healing practices in the Philippines. Cool. Sim Flores is saying, are you guys in the Kapanga group as well? You all have many interesting knowledge to share. So for those who don't know, blah, blah. So for those who do not know, we started the Facebook group for my followers, fans, and friends and family. It's called Kabangka. Let me link it to you. And this Facebook group was created after one of our live streams a few months ago, back in December. Um, and I let my viewers choose. I gave a few choices on what we call the group, and we chose Kabangka. I'll link the Kabangka link on the comments so you can join our group. So Kabangka, for those who are not familiar, it's a Kapampangan phrase, which is also similar to Tagalog phrase. Kabangka in Kapampangan culture is a term that refers to a tight knit community around a datu and their followers. So it literally Kabangka means to be in the same boat. So in pre-colonial Kapampangan, do you know how there's the barangay, which is also means boat, comes from the word about boats. So there's the barangay, and then in Kapampangan there's the Kabangka, which is a more tight knit community than a barangay. But yeah, you can. There's a whole spiel about it on the group. So if you want to join the group, join it. Thank you for thank you, Simp Flores, for reminding me about the Facebook group that exists. And we have new admins to make it more lively. Sir Kirby, I remembered you mentioned about Brunei and Kapampangan intermarriages, so that means your ancestry is very broad. You can relate to Sulu, Brunei, and Luzon history. Yes, a lot of people are unaware that Luzon, especially Manila and parts of Pampanga, are really closely related to Brunei and Sulu. Um, Actually, if you look at the earliest record of the Luzones, the ancestors of the Kapampangan people today, the Luzones were the first people from the Philippines that were recorded in Western European records when they met the Luzones in Malacca, so when the Portuguese met the Luzones. And in those early records, they mention how they're confused. The Europeans are confused between who's from Brunei and who's from Pampanga or from Luzon because they dress alike, they have a similar language, they dress alike, they trade the same things, and they're practically one family of people. So there's a lot of similarity. It shows to us that there's a lot of similarities between Brunei and Kapampangans and Luzones people. Um, yeah, yes, there's a lot of connections that even in the language, there's a lot of linguistic similarities between Tausug and Kapampangan, like the term kalis for Chris. Even in how we say um, Raja in Kapampangan and Tausug, it's both Raja or Laja. Both are correct. Okay. Marie said do a pre-colonial podcast. We can. We can do a podcast on pre-colonial stuff. Um, I'm not expert on doing podcast. Although, for folks, I'm not sure if they're watching, but for students who study at UC Davis, we started before I left as a director of the Bolosan Center. We started a podcast studio. I'm not sure if they're still using it, but right before I left as a director, we built this podcasting studio for folks to use in the Asian American Studies department. I'm just sad that I wasn't able to use it myself. But yeah, I want to do a podcast soon. Casimir is saying, do you go to the gym? Yes, I do. Please don't skip Bitis Day. Bitis, what is Bitis in Tausug? Because in Kapampangan, it's feet. Not legs, but feet. Okay. Asa na tayo? Marami kasing, because I see comments again from both Facebook and YouTube on my interface. So, nagkakahalo-halo. I'm not sure if I was able to answer everyone. Okay, so Kashmir said in Bahasa Sug or Tausug, bitis can be leg or feet. Yeah. So yeah, in Kapampangan it's just feet. There's a different term for leg. Um, yeah. So in Kapampangan, the upper leg is which one is the upper leg? Upper leg is puad, and then the lower leg is butit. So yeah, cool. In Bicol, bitis is also feet. Yes. So do people from the Philippines perceive how do they perceive ethnicity? How would the royal family or Luzon describe themselves in terms of ethnicity? We don't know how they actually what's the term they actually use to refer to their ethnic group. We know that Kapampangan existed in the 1500s um, to refer to a specific group of Luzones, which who the ones who live around the Pampanga River, um, and then it's a long story. But yeah, we don't actually know the exact phrase that they use to refer, or the exact term they use to describe themselves um, as a people. But we do know that in early European records, they were recorded as Luzones in Spanish. I'm not going to attempt how to pronounce that in Portuguese, but it's actually close to Lusong. So in my opinion, they identified as the people of Lusong, and Lusong, according to the oral traditions, refers to the region around Manila Bay. So not just Central Luzon, but also Southern Luzon, because Cavite is also around Manila Bay. So that Central and Southern Luzon was Lusong, the original Lusong or Luzon, and they surround Manila Bay, Lusong. And the reason why they called Manila Bay Lusong is Lusong in Kapampangan or Lusong in Tagalog is where is where the current flows. So all the rivers in Central Luzon and in Metro Manila, all the rivers empty themselves into Manila Bay. So that's why Manila Bay is called Lusong because it's where all the rivers meet. Yes, so it's related to the word lusong in Tagalog, which means to wade in water or lumusong sa baha, to descend. Yeah, so kasi the water from the rivers, like the Pampanga River, Pasig River, all these mighty rivers around Central Luzon and Metro Manila, they they descend or they empty out into Manila Bay. So it's like from the highlands going down to Manila Bay. So that's why it's called lusong. There are theories that it's called like the mortar to pound rice, but that's unlikely. Culturally speaking, we refer to these places based on like the water, like like Tausug, Sulu, where the current, the people of the current, and then yeah. So most likely, as a historian, based on my own research, I lean towards the definition of lusong being where the water uh, descends, and it is what we now call Manila Bay. Yes, so lumusong bumaba sa tubig. And kind of related to it is the directions in Kapampangan. So now we say people think that Alaya means east or Paralaya means east. It doesn't. Paralaya means towards Alaya, which is Mount Arayat. So it doesn't matter where you're coming from as long as you're going direction. Your direction is going towards Mount Arayat in the middle of Central Luzon. That's Paralaya. So if you're on the river sailing up, it's Paralaya toward up towards Arayat, and Paroba if you're going the other way. But yeah, anyways, yeah. So, question: Are there influences in ancient Chinese folk religions that influence our pantheon of God? I believe so. There's a lot of not necessarily things we borrowed from them, like what Ateligaya was saying earlier. Just because we share things with other cultures around us, it doesn't mean that we borrowed them or copied it from them. That's actually a colonial way of thinking that we always copy from outside sources. It doesn't mean that way. If anything, we might have been influenced them too. So there are some, not necessarily gods that we share with them, but there are some beings that we shared with them, like the Swiki that I mentioned earlier, the Shokoy or the Swiki in Kapampangan are similar to some similar sound. I forgot the exact pronunciation in Chinese or in China, but there's a similar creature in China to the Swiki, the fish demons that help you heal you, that help ward off diseases. Da-da-da. What is this? Anggita Putri is Indonesian, and they're saying that I don't know about Brunei Kapampangan relation, but when I visited Brunei, I can understand their Malay or their Bahasa Melayu. I found some words that are from southern Philippines, and then Kasmir responded with, "Yes, our language is called Bahasa Sug or Bahasa Suluk, and we can somehow understand Bahasa Melayu or Bahasa Indonesia because we were once part of the Majapahit." Yes, Sulu is one of the places that were mentioned that were part of the Majapahit, along with Luzon. Or like, not necessarily, what do I call this? Not necessarily, uh, I kind of want to rephrase that because some people assume that, oh, we were a colony of the Majapahit. We don't know for sure because it's actually not clear if they colonized it or if they just won the allegiance of Luzon and Sulu. Anyways, um, yeah. Um, cool. question from Patrick XJFTBTXJ. Patrick is asking, why did the Mongols invade Southeast Asia? They did. Unknown to people, unknown to many, the Mongol army actually tried to invade Southeast Asia. They first tried to invade Java in Indonesia. There's a long story there, where they tried to invade Java, and then basically they tried to tell Java to. This is actually, hold on, let me backtrack. The reason why we have the Majapahit Empire today, or in history, is because of the failed Mongol invasion of Java. So without that failed invasion, Majapahit would not exist. So I forgot which kingdom it was. Singhasari? Let me see. Let me check my notes. Maybe our Indonesian friends can help us with this. But yeah, there was a kingdom in Java, Indonesia. Yeah, I was right. Singhasari was the powerful dominant kingdom in Java during the 1200s, and then Kublai Khan, the Khan of the Mongol Empire during that time, wanted to subjugate Singhasari, and he sent emissaries. He sent his people, his ambassadors to Singhasari to demand Singhasari to surrender and be a tributary state of the Mongol Empire. But the king of Singhasari, Kertanegara, refused to pay tribute, and actually it's very graphic. I wish they made this into a TV show. So the king of Singhasari in Java insulted Kublai Khan by cutting the ear of the ambassador. So he sent him back with his ear cut off. So of course that's like an act of war for the Mongols. So they tried to invade Singhasari and depose Kertanegara of Singhasari in Java, and then. But basically, there's a lot of when the Mongols left, and then there's a lot of like internal problems, fight, political drama in Singhasari. There was a coup d'état against Kertanegara. And then, long story short, the Mongols came back, and then they were assisted by the son-in-law of Kertanegara, whose name is Raden Wijaya, and Raden Wijaya helped or got the help of the Mongols to depose the other person who deposed Kertanegara. So long story short, not Kertanegara. Kertanegara was deposed by another king. I forgot the name, and then Raden Wijaya um, asked the help of the Mongols to defeat whoever usurped the throne and put them back on the throne, the real Singhasari royal family. But then, so the Mongols thought that not Kertanegara. Sorry, I'm mixing up names. So the Mongols, Kublai Khan's army, thought that Raden Wijaya was on their side, so they helped Raden Wijaya win back the throne of Singhasari. But then after that, Raden Wijaya turned around and actually tried to kill off all the Mongols, and a few of them survived and went back to Mongolia and China. So long story, but the Mongols tried to invade Southeast Asia, but they actually failed because they're not really adapted to tropical sea warfare, maritime warfare. Because the Mongols are great in terms of like plains, like flat land with where they can maximize the use of their horses, as opposed to fighting a war in Southeast Asia where you need a huge navy instead of a huge cavalry. Because what will you do with the horse if you're fighting in the ocean? So yes, the Mongols tried to invade Southeast Asia, but they failed. And as a result, Raden Wijaya started a new empire called Majapahit. So that's why we have Majapahit, because the Mongols failed at invading Singhasari. So the Singhasari royal family is related to the Majapahit royal family. That's my tangent because of this question. Yes. Okay. So there's also people are familiar with how the Mongols failed at invading Japan, but that was more because there's a storm that drowned the divine wind, kamikaze. That's where the kamikaze phrase come from. When the Mongols tried to invade Japan and their fleet perished in the sea because there was a storm, and then in Southeast Asia they tried to invade Java, but then they got betrayed and they don't know how to fight in sea warfare, so they also lost. So that's a weakness That's probably one of the few weaknesses of the Mongol Empire, Mongol army, is that they cannot fight in the open sea, where our ancestors were expert at. Cool. So Amla is saying that there's a theory, or her theory is that the Muslims in Mindanao and Luzon had contact with China through Xinjiang, or I don't know how to say this, Xinjiang people. There's a lot actually of connection between the Muslim communities in China and Southeast Asia. Yeah. Kashmir heard, I'm not sure about this. I still have to, because I'm not an expert in Boholano history. But Kashmir heard a story about Boholanos cutting the nose of an ambassador from Ternate in Indonesia. Because there's Ternate in Cavite, but it's not the same. So Ternate in Indonesia. Yeah, cool. Shade Gray is sharing that that's how Southeast Asians got firearms. Yes, so the earliest known firearms in Southeast Asia was because of the Mongols, the connection with the Mongols. Um, but then in the 1500s, by the time of the 1500s, our firearm technology in Southeast Asia was also influenced by the Ottomans. So, for example, the firearms in Luzon, even though we first learned about firearms from the Chinese or the Mongols, um, by the time the Spaniards came, our firearms are more influenced by the Ottomans, since we actually have a diplomatic relations with the Ottomans. See, surprising. Ottoman is in Turkey, and yet they are present in Southeast Asian history. Kapampangans fought alongside the Ottomans as allies. Okay. Oh, cool. We have 20 more minutes before I really have to go. Ano pa? What kind of swords and bladed weapons did the ancient Kingdom of Tondo use? Um, so I'm gonna answer this question assuming that the Kingdom of Tondo was Kapampangan, since most historical records and oral traditions point to Tondo being Kapampangan. I know a lot of the people out there in Manila are gonna say like, no, it's Tagalog. If you look at the records, it's most likely Kapampangan more than Tagalog. But anyways, if we look at that on that framework of Tondo being a Kapampangan kingdom, then a lot of the swords that they have are actually similar to the swords in Mindanao. We have Kampilan, and in Kapampangan it's called Talibong. I know there's another sword called Talibong in the Visayas, but in Kapampangan culture, in Tondo, Talibong referred to the Kampilan. That's the long sword there. Although my Kampilan here is a miniature version. And then there's the Kris, the Kalis, which is the spiritual one, the symbolic one that the Datus have. Only Datus actually were allowed to carry a Kalis or Kris and male babaylans. Um, where am I going with this? There's a chart. Let me try to find it because I did talk about it in one of my last live streams with Jacob Ira. Nasaan na yun? Um, I can't find it. Yes, yes. So Kampilan used to refer to a broad types of different types of swords, but now we associate it with the Kampilan. Thanks for sharing. Yes, Shade Gray is sharing too. Many people credit Europeans with the development of firearms, but Ottomans developed both the cannons and the arquebus. Yes, and the thing is, we had cannons and we also had arquebus in pre-colonial Luzon, and we called it as tingal. Yeah. So there's Ottomans were had a lot of interactions with pre-colonial Southeast Asia, not just the Philippines. Um, oh yeah, Turkey. They changed their name or officially changed the official pronunciation and spelling of the name to Turkey, Turkey, because they don't want to be associated with the bird, even though the bird was named after them. Yeah. Sorry, my eyes is starting to get itchy. Um, Pasensya na. I'm trying to find. Oh, okay. Trying to find the graphics that shows the different swords. Can't find it. Sorry, I'm using an old computer here, not my main one, so I can't find the one I'm looking for. But thank you for the questions about the swords. Okay, I'm not as familiar with Subanen um, mythology, so I can't answer that question. Customer is asking, is it possible that we used to have Hindu temples before, but was destroyed by the Spaniards? That's a hard question to answer because we don't have, as a historian, we cannot answer this without physical evidence of a temple. Although we see um, Hindu or Hindu Buddhist slash pre-colonial designs in our older church, like in Pawai and in Pampanga, there's a lot of elements of our pre-colonial mythology that exists in our churches. So we don't know if we actually had a temple because we haven't found a remnant. Um, but that's the thing I kind of want to remind people though, because there's this not necessarily mean that Kashmir is like this, but in general, there's a lot of people who are asking about do we have monuments like the Angkor Wat or temples or huge buildings, huge stone structures. I kind of answered this in one of my last live streams, but the short answer is that we don't know because none of it exists today. Um, but it doesn't mean that we don't have stone architecture in the Philippines, that we don't have, or that, or again, I'm trying to say is that the level of development of a civilization is not measured by the type of architecture that they have. Because even though we don't have a lot of stone architectures in what is now the Philippines, a lot of our architecture is based on the nature, the environment around us. So a lot of our architecture, like in Japan, are actually wooden architecture because that's the more sustainable material that we can use and that could actually be rebuilt or even survive typhoons. So even though we think of stone architecture as a strong architecture to survive typhoons and earthquakes, if you actually study the pre-colonial architecture of the Philippines, even though it's wood, it actually survives um, earthquakes because it's not nailed. It's not like static. The building can move and survive earthquakes and survive typhoons. So even though we may not have a huge temple like Angkor Wat or Borobudur or Great Wall, it doesn't mean that architecture is less developed because our architecture, even though it's wooden, it's actually amazing how they were able to build palaces out of a hard wood that could survive um, storms and earthquakes. And yes, our architecture is based on an environment. So in the Philippines, there's if there's actually not much need to build stone architecture as opposed to a more flexible wooden architecture. But it doesn't mean that um, we don't know how to use stone in our architecture because we did use a mix of stone and wooden architecture. And if you actually study pre-colonial walls of Manila, it's actually made of not just wood, but also of rammed earth, which is a type of architecture that is similar to stone, although not stone. And then there's also parts of the Philippines where traditional architecture involves corals. So it's still possible that we had stone architecture that we don't know exists. Um, but yeah, it requires more research, and I know there's a lot of like current research happening around some parts of Luzon, of Bulacan and Pampanga, where the walls of the fisher fish ponds, I guess, were actually stone architecture from pre-colonial days. So there's still a lot of research needed to be done, especially in the Philippines. Yeah, and yeah, we knew how to use stone, because even though we had early churches in the Philippines, they were not, even though they were built during the Spanish period, they were actually built by the natives. So we do know how to use stone. um, yeah, and actually, if you ask me, the Bahay na Bato is not a Spanish architecture, and a lot of like historians and architects agree with me that the Bahay na Bato is not a Spanish architecture. It's not a, it's a native architecture that developed in the Philippines with, the outside influence, with, or like, it has an appearance similar to houses in the Spanish Empire. But if you actually look at the core design of it, it's actually similar to the houses in Malaysia. So it's more of a native architecture than Spanish architecture, because a lot of people would say like, oh, it's a Spanish architecture. No, no, those houses were native architecture, and we had palaces. Yeah, so um, there's a palace in Manila back then. Dula is the Kapampangan word for palace. That's where we got the word Lakandula, the lord of the palace. Is it possible that Spanish destroyed any stone architecture? It's possible. Um, Although I'm not gonna, because I don't want to instigate people to think like, oh, they destroyed, because there's this extreme way of thinking like, oh, the Spanish destroyed everything, all the stones. We don't know. It's possible that the Spanish destroyed stone architecture, because if we study the history of Spanish Empire, they actually have a practice, or not a tradition, but there's a trend that whenever they conquer a place, they would rebuild whatever important building there was into a church. So in Mexico, the old pyramids, old Aztec temples were torn apart, and they used the same stone to build the cathedral in Mexico City. And it's similar to or to Manila, to Intramuros. So they destroyed the pre-colonial walls of Manila and rebuilt it into a Spanish walled city. And it's the same in Spain itself, where former mosque, when Spain was Muslim, there were former mosques there that they rebuilt into a Catholic church, and sometimes they don't even rebuild it; they just keep the same architecture and just turn it into a cathedral. Um, but yes, possible that they destroyed some stone architecture to rebuild a church, or to change it into a church. But let us not jump into conclusion that the Spaniards destroyed all the stone architectures. Let us not think in an extreme way. Possible, but not necessarily true everywhere. Hopefully that answered the question. Yes, Bahay na Bato is very unique to our country, and it's similar. Again, it's similar to the traditional houses in Malaysia, which is interesting because they develop separately. Yeah, they don't have windows like that ours. Anyways, yeah, we can whatever they're called. We can talk about architecture when we have an architecture expert. Although I am not necessarily an architecture historian, but I did study architecture for many years before I switched to history, because I'm passionate about both. But then there's a lot of math requirements in college when I was studying architecture, so I switched to history. Anyways, yes, capiz is the windows, the shells that they use to as windows in traditional Filipino architecture, or even pre-colonial architecture. A lot of Kapampangan elders believe that the windows that we use capiz way before the Spaniards came, because again, it doesn't exist in other Spanish colonies. It's our own technology. And if you look at the design, they're similar to East Asian windows, even though they don't use capis. They use another material like paper, a type of paper. But yeah, yeah. Okay, cool. So I'm about to get off in a few minutes. So any last comments or questions? Um, it's been 3 hours now that we've been online again. It's a long live stream. I was supposed to just stay in for 2.5 hours. Sim Flores saying, I feel most passionate about this topic because I see quite a number of people immediately dismissing innovations that took place during the Spanish era, not knowing that quite a lot of these developments were our own. Yeah, so again, people would dismiss Bahay na Bato as a Spanish architecture when it's not. It has Spanish influence, but it's mostly a Filipino architecture with roots from the pre-colonial houses, particularly the houses of the Datus and the Lakans, um, were built similar to a Bahay na Bato. Thanks, Just Vincent. Thank you, Quintus. I hope I was able to help you answer your questions and dig deeper. Danielle Ronda. I'm an architecture student and I'm interested in pre-colonial architecture. Can I also study history after architecture so that I can? Yes, definitely you can. Um, but whatever you're taking right now, if it's architecture, then finish it. It's better to finish it first, and then you can jump into our pre-colonial architecture. I know architects even in Mindanao um, who are studying um, pre-colonial architecture. And if you actually want to study pre-colonial architecture, a lot of it still survives in a lot of the architecture in Mindanao. But yeah, remember that sisig was originally vegetarian. You can share the recipe to us. Um, there's no single recipe for sisig. There's different variations of sisig. Sisig just means to the process of cooking, to chop it and then to make it sour, balancing it with salt and sour. Um, there's different kinds of sisig. There's sisigs that are with bagok or bagoong and um, what do you call this, spice vinegar. But yeah, sisig is just a generic term for a pre-colonial dish. To me, it means to chop. But yeah, I guess what I'm trying to say is that there's different kind of in the olden days. There's the sisig babi or the sisig, not babi, that's pork. Sisig puso, which is the sisig made with the puso ng saging, the heart of the banana tree where they chop it. And even the chopped green mango and bagoong is actually a type of sisig. But yeah, I can talk more about it in a future video or future live stream. But sisig was actually used to be a sacred dish that was only reserved for pregnant women. But anyways, I'm about to get off in a few minutes, 5 minutes. So yeah, so just Vincent is asking, pakitabig naman po ang Philippine Revolutionary Army, especially their uniform and ranks. Yes, I can do that in a future video. Sim Flores, I noticed. Yes, I actually noticed sisig is a verb. Yes, it's a verb, not a noun. Yeah. Yes, it's a form of sisig. Sisig and kilayin, which is similar to ceviche, are actually from a similar type of cooking, connect related to each other, but not necessarily the same. Cool. So I'm about to get off. Sorry, and there are new folks online. Oh, but before I go, I don't have a flyer or a thumbnail for it yet. But this Friday, anong oras ba yun? 3 a.m. if you're in California, which is 11 a.m. if you're in Ireland, and 9 p.m. No, not 9, 6 p.m. in the Philippines Friday, I'll have another live stream. So usually I do live stream on. Anyways, where am I going with this? On Friday again, ulitin ko lang. Friday 6, not 6, 6 p.m. Pasensya na, nalilito na ako. Let me type it so I can tell you what I'm trying to say. So Friday, 6 p.m. Philippines, 3 a.m. California, 11 a.m. Ireland. Um, yeah, so write it down, save the date. This Friday, 6 p.m. sa Pilipinas, 3 a.m. dito sa California, at 11 a.m. sa Ireland. I'll be back for another live stream. And our topic for Friday would be Philippine Independence Day. So how do we celebrate Philippine independence? Um, Especially, our special guest for Friday is actually a Dátû. So I'll be joined, let me type his name, um, by a grandson of that, not Dátû, sorry, a grandson of Sultan Ismail Kiram the first of Sulu. So Dátû Don Ismail, not Ismail, Don Kiram. Sorry, I'm mixing names now. Um, so I'll be joined by Dátû Don Kiram, who currently lives in Ireland with his family. So I'll be joined by him as we discuss and explore how do we celebrate Philippine Independence Day, especially for people who are from Sulu and Mindanao because they were never colonized by Spain, or so it's a very exciting topic to talk about. So we're gonna get perspective from me as a Kapampangan from Luzon, and from him Datu Don as a Datu from Sulu. So we will talk about how a Kapampangan view Philippine Independence Day and compare that with how the Tausug people view Philippine Independence Day, since the Tausugs were not part of that revolution and they were not part of the Spanish colony. But yeah, that's an exciting topic on Friday, 6 p.m. Philippines, 3 a.m. California, 6 a.m. Um, New York, 11 a.m. Ireland. So yeah, Datu Don lives in Ireland. So if you're from Ireland, go see him. Oh, he also has a YouTube channel with his wife. It's called Mr. and Mrs. K. Let me link it to you guys. They're a lifestyle family channel. I'll link it here. So yeah, Datu Don Kiram, grandson of Sultan Ismail Kiram, sorry, Datu Don Kiram, grandson of Sultan Ismail Kiram the first, um, will be joining me in my live stream on Friday to talk about Philippine Independence Day. What does it mean to celebrate Independence Day as a Tausug, or as a Kapampangan, or as a Filipino in general? Yes, so follow their channel, subscribe. That will be on Friday. And for those who are not familiar with Sultan Ismail Kiram the First, he was the, what do you call this, the Sultan of Sulu, in from 1950 to 1974. And fun fact for those who are familiar with the issue of Sabah, the claim of the Philippines over Sabah, it was Sultan Ismail Kiram the First of Sulu who talked to Diosdado Macapagal, the president of the Philippines, in 1962 to pursue the claim over Sabah. So again, the claim over Sabah did not start under Marcos. It actually started under Macapagal, when Macapagal met with Sultan Ismail Kiram the First. And the thing is, which is interesting if you study genealogy and history of pre-colonial Philippines, Sultan Ismail Kiram is a descendant of the first Sultan of Sulu, obviously, while Diosdado Macapagal is also a descendant of the Sultan of Sulu through Lakandula. So down the line, they're actually cousins. We're all cousins. So that's why I'm having a distant cousin, Datu Don Kiram, join my live stream. But yeah, a lot of people are not aware that Diosdado Macapagal is actually a descendant of Lakandula of Tondo, who in turn is a grandson of Sultan Bolkiah of Brunei and Putri Lemencenay of Sulu, and a great grandson of Sultan Shariful Hashim, the first Sultan of Sulu. So that's a really interesting family tree. I hope you understand why I got excited when I was talking about Diosdado Macapagal and Sultan Ismail talking about Sabah, because they both have the same roots. Yes. Yeah, so go follow their channel. I linked it, youtube.com/Mr. and Mrs. K. They live in Ireland, and it's fun because his wife is actually Kapampangan, which is exciting. Datu Don Keram's wife is sa Pangilinan, from a Kapampangan, another nobility clan in Pampanga. So then they now live in Ireland. So follow their YouTube channel. They also have a podcast that Let's Talk. So yeah, you'll learn more about them on Friday. Um, yeah, there's a joke. Sim Flores is saying, so you're related to GMA and Gloria Arroyo. Distantly related, not closely related. Although GMA and my grandma, my Kapampangan grandma, are actually acquaintances. Not sure how friend, not sure how friendly they are to each other, but my grandma is an acquaintance of Gloria Arroyo. And what do you call this? Back then, whenever when Gloria was president, and whenever she goes on a state visit to North America or South America, she would stop by LA, and sometimes, or most of the time, she would actually see Kapampangan, um, um, upper class, and one of them is my grandma. That they usually have breakfast, or one time I joined their breakfast when Gloria was in LA, or sometimes dinner. But then but yeah, um, the upper or the pre-colonial royal clans and noble clans of Kapampangan people, um, their descendants are actually they still know who's who in Pampanga. The elders still know who's who. But yeah, distantly, very distantly related to Gloria. Um, but I do not, I'm not. Anyways, I'm not gonna go into a tangent. But yeah, we can talk more about um, pre-colonial nobility and royalty from Luzon in another day. Or once it's available in the Philippines, a lot of it is written here. So another question, are related to Ate Morales? Yes, we're cousins, not first cousins, but if not mistaken, third cousins. It's our lolos who are actually cousins, but we are friends. So Atom and I are friends and cousins. What is this? Shade Gray, are you related to the Department of Health's Dr. Eric Tayag? I'm not sure how exactly we're related, but the Tayags are down the line. All the Tayags are related to one another, but I'm not sure which branch he's from because I did ask my elders in Pampanga. They didn't know which branch he was from. So um, the Tayag clan has a long history in Pampanga. They're one of the Tayags are one of the oldest royal houses in Pampanga. There used to be the Datus of Minalin, in Tabungao in Minalin, one of the oldest pre-colonial principalities. They're related to the Lacandulas. But long story short, there are branches of the Tayags that migrated to the different parts of the Philippines, like Manila, Tarlac. But the main Tayag line are in Pampanga, and that's the Tayags from who are now in Angeles and Magalang. So that's where I'm from, the Tayag clans of Magalang and Angeles and Minalin. So it's from Minalin, they moved to Magalang, and then Magalang to Angeles, and now Magalang and Angeles Tayags are from the same clan. So we're not sure where Dr. Eric Tayag is actually. Maybe he can share which Tayag branch he's from. But yeah, there's a lot of connections. Yes, yes, there's a lot of connections. If you study genealogy and history, there's a lot of connections. Because technically, I'm also related to Jose Rizal. I just don't talk a lot about it. But Jose Rizal's mom, um, Theodora Alonso, her name is actually not Alonso. Um, I don't watch Spy X Family. Sorry, but just talking about Jose Rizal's mom. Um, what am I trying to say? Teodora Alonso Rielonda, the mom of Jose Rizal, is actually anak sa labas of an Alberto. So her father is Don, why am I blacking out his name? Um, Don Lorenzo Alberto. And Don Lorenzo Alberto was one of the representative of the Philippines in the Spanish Parliament. And Don Lorenzo Alberto is the real father of Teodora Alonso. So if she was a legitimate child of Don Lorenzo Alberto, she would have been Teodora Alberto, but she's not. So she took on the middle name of her dad. So she became Teodora Alonso. So Rizal's lolo is Don Lorenzo Alberto, which is also my dad's dad's mom. My dad's grandma is a descendant of Don Lorenzo Alberto, so she's also an Alberto. So we're related to that side. So yeah, I don't talk about it a lot, but I am related to Rizal. Cool. I have a few more minutes. Um, Kashmir Yusuf asking, which branch are you from? Lakandula or Raja Matanda in terms of the royal family of Luzon? Both. um, um, uh, Both. So on Raja Matanda, I'm a direct descendant of Raja Matanda's only son, Datu Magisa, whose son is Datu Umali, and Datu Umali is our ancestor on my Umali side. Um, um, and then Lakandula, the Tayags, a branch of the Tayags, are actually a descendant of Lakandula too. Not all Tayags are descendants of Lakandula, but there's particular branches of the Tayag clans that are descendants of Lakandula, and that's one of us. The Tayags who ruled as Datus of Minalin, Tabungao, and who became Principalia in Magalang and Angeles. So they're descendants of Lakandula. And then the Umalis um, is from Matanda. Yeah, so yes, both. Yeah. So that's a short answer to the long lineages question. Lakandula has a lot of children. So I guess to answer the question quite more definitively, the connection to Raja Matanda is more documented on our side, even though the Kandula's children are more documented. For Raja Matanda, we can really trace it directly. For Lakandula, it is also direct descent according to the records, the colonial records and oral traditions. But at the same time, Lakandula has a lot of children. So, yeah. Okay. Oh, there's new comments before I go, I guess. Where is it? So, Anggita Putri saying that in eastern Sumatra, in Riau Islands, in Jambi, in South Sumatra, there are many female datus, but the title of them is datin, which is female formed for datu. Um, Interesting, because in Kapampangan, datu is also gender neutral. So there's a term dayang, which means princess or lady or even upper queen. But usually when you take on that responsibility as a datu, you assume the title datu regardless of your gender. So interesting that in Sumatra they have datin, which is a female datu. How do names work in pre-colonial Philippines? Do women take husband's surname? No, that's more of a Western thing. Western and I guess Middle Eastern culture where they take on the husband's surname or name. In pre-colonial Philippines, the names were actually different between cultures. In Kapampangan culture, there's actually different traditions, or different depending on your social status. The more higher you are in the social hierarchy, you actually have more names and more different. Because, for example, um, as a descendant or belonging to a royal clan, there's a name that is for me. For example, there's a name that if you're a datu like me, there's a name that you only use within your inner immediate family, and there's a name that other Datu clans or other royal clans can call you, and there's another name, same person, another name that the community calls you. So there's different layers into it, so it's actually more complicated than now. Yes, sleep. Although I'm not gonna sleep after this yet. I mean, I have a few more hours before I sleep. Yes, Datu is gender neutral. Lakan is also gender neutral. 𝐏𝐢𝐳 is also gender neutral. But yeah, cool. Yes, thank you for reminding us. Yes, in Malaysia and Brunei, king is Raja, queen is Raja Isteri. In Indonesia, king is Raja and queen is Ratu. Yeah. Surprised that they let Ismaria Itausu Brunei princess rule Manila for quite some time. Yes, because she's the thing is with pre-colonial Luzon, as long as you have the ability to rule, and that with the mostly the datus and the community supports you, you have the support of the community, then you can rule. Also, a lot of people don't know that even before Ismeria, there's already a lot of intermarriages between Brunei and Luzon. Yeah, even Kalangitan's husband, Kat Lontok or Raja Lontok, he's actually from either from Sulu or from Brunei or from both. So even before Ismeria and Salalila marrying, there's already an intermarriage between Brunei and Luzon. Yes, so in Hail Mary we say Aba Ginoong Maria because back then Ginoo is for both male and female. It just means Lord, and in Kamapangan it's Gino. Do you have a content about Ismeria? Not as much as she's mentioned in a couple of videos, but not a specific one. Maybe I'll make one in the future. But fun fact, um, the couple that built the walls of Manila or founded the pre-colonial walled city of Manila before the Spaniards is actually Salalila and Ismeria. There's actually a record from a primary source that Otley Bayer found that tells the story of how, or documents the story of how um, Salalila built the pre-colonial walls of Manila using materials from Pampanga and other parts of Central Luzon. So they actually, what do you call this? They floated the hardwood and the materials from Pampanga across Manila Bay to Manila and built the pre-colonial walls of Manila, which is interesting. And then he also in that same primary source document, Salarila also gives credit to Ismeria in helping him build Manila. But yeah, fun fact: Manila was built by Kamampangan Raja and Princess, his wife from Brunei and Sulu. And though I guess before I go, I'll just give you some reading recommendations. Since somebody asked earlier to cite sources. So here's a list that I'll read off. So take notes, since Simplord is taking notes diligently. So for those who want to read more, you can find this in the list of sources and recommended readings in my book. There's quite a long list. Um, but yeah, in terms of pre-colonial Luzon, we have the Boxer Codex, of course. Although I do suggest if you learn Spanish, read the original in Spanish because there's a lot more that you can actually be mind blown if you actually read it in the original Spanish. But anyways, the first one is Boxer Codex, or also known as the Manila Manuscript. There's different. There's two English translations now. There's one that was published in the Philippines, one published in the U.S. So they're quite somewhat different, somewhat similar, but they're interpretations, translations of the same book from the 1500s, the Boxer Codex. And then the next one is another rare one. Um, it's called what do you call this? Let me. I was gonna type all of it, but I don't have what do you call this? I don't have time to type all of it. There's a lot. Hold on. Let me just put my website where you can reach me and find my books. Asan na yun? Akala ko nandito. Ayun. But anyways, the recommended readings about pre-colonial Luzon um, is one, the Boxer Codex. The other one is not a rare one. Is Conquista de las Islas Filipinas by Gaspar de San Agustin. It talks a lot about how the Philippines or Luzon was conquered, and how you could even find the stuff about the Japanese pirates in Napari. Are also mentioned here. Actually, this is the source that talks about how the Japanese pirates were defeated by Kapampangan um, soldiers, not the Spaniards necessarily. They fought under Spain, but anyways, I made a video about that. But yeah, this is one of the sources about it. Conquistas de las Islas Filipinas. There's the Vocabulario de la Lengua Pampanga by Bergaño. That's a dictionary of the oldest Kapampangan dictionary from the 1700s, where a lot of the terms you can actually find. And then there's a similar I'm forgetting the author, but there's a similar dictionary, an older dictionary from the Tagalog. And then there's El Folklore Filipino by Isabelo de los Reyes from 1889. That's also a good source. And then, of course, this is available online. If you look at the Philippine Islands, edited by Emma Blair and James Robertson, it's a translation of a lot of the documents, Spanish colonial documents, into English. So if you want to learn more about that, there's a lot that you can actually read online. It's in Project Gutenberg, if I'm not mistaken. And then if you're interested more about Pampanga royal families and Pampanga itself history, there's the Province of Pampanga and its town with the genealogy of the rulers of Central Luzon by Mariano Henson. I have one here. Where did it go? Huh. I moved it somewhere. Maybe somewhere on my desk over there. But yeah, there's that. And then there's the Muslims in the Philippines by Cesar Majul. There's also more contemporary history, continuing, or the Philippines, a past revisited, and the Philippines continuing the past by Renato Constantino. And there's also The Cracks in the Parchment Curtain and Other Essays in Philippine History by William Henry Scott. And of course, Barangay 16th Century Philippine Culture and Society by William Henry Scott. And then Filipino Prehistory, Rediscovering Pre-Colonial Heritage by F. Landa Hocano. And of course, somebody mentioned in the comments, an Introduction to Kulitan, the Indigenous Kapampangan script by my papa, my uncle, grand uncle, Michael Raymond Pangilinan. That book, although it talks about Kulitan, the script, it actually has a whole section on pre-colonial Luzon history. So that's actually a good book if you can find a copy. Unfortunately, it's no longer in print, but your library might have it if you're in Pampanga. Yeah, and then of course, articles that are also relating to this topic. There's the 𝐏𝐢𝐧𝐸 and 𝐿akan's. The 𝐏𝐢𝐧 and the 𝐿akan's by Luther Parker, Lakandulas by Luther Parker, The Last of the 𝐿akan's by Luther Parker, poor si Luther Parker. And then there's The House of Lakandula Matandaan Suliman by Luciano P.R. Santiago. And of course, Laguna Copper Plate Inscription by Anton Posma. And then this one is like controversial. When people are asking me like, oh, where did you learn that Tagalogs were there later? One good source is the Prehistory and Origin of the Tagalog People by David Zork. So he's an expert, one of the most respected expert in terms of Austronesian linguistics, and he's also a pioneer in historical linguistics, while studying language to determine and history alongside it. And then his work is the one who really said that the Kapampangans were in Central Luzon and Southern Luzon 5,000 years ago, and the Tagalogs came around 1,200 years ago. So, yeah, the prehistory and the origin of the Tagalog people by David Zork. And then, of course, Laguna Copper Plate, again, the date of the Laguna Copper Plate by Hector Santos, which you can also find online. There's, here, from Professor Jukipli Wadi from UP Center for Muslim Studies. He wrote an article on Raja Suleiman's Pain and Transformation of Islamic Manila. And that article actually quotes the primary source that talks about how Salalila and Ismeria built Manila before the Spaniards. And then there's another, this one is actually, I'm not sure if you can find it online, but there's a dissertation from Matthew Furlong about peasants and servants and Asians in colonial America or colonial New Spain. So this talks about how a lot of the Kapampangans ended up in Mexico and built the Filipino community in Mexico. Like the Chinatown in Mexico is actually built by Kapampangans there. Yeah, who are also the same Filipinos who first settled in Louisiana and California. You can find that in Furlong's work. Um, yeah, so there's a lot more. I think I shared a lot. Oh wait, your uncle, yeah, Uncle Jiki, please. Those are some of the books that I can recommend. There are other the other list things that I have on my list are unpublished works by other scholars. So even if I shared it, it might not help because they're unpublished. But yeah, those are some of the books that you can and articles that you can read. There's a longer list somewhere that I can share in the future. But yeah, we're at the end of our live stream. 7 more minutes, and then I'm gonna say bye. Yes. Please also do a flag history and rebel flag during the revolution. Yes, maybe in the future. Although the sun in the Katipunan flag has roots from Sinukuan. Yes, the Wako pirates are not all Japanese. That's true, and I did mention that in my video. Um, yeah, yeah, and for those who are interested in pre-colonial outfits or the traditional clothing of Luzon, apart from what we see in the Boxer Codex, you can also look at how the early people of Brunei dressed up. Because if you look at the other records from the Portuguese, they described the people from Brunei and Luzon as wearing the same things, as appearing very similarly. That they always got confused who's from Luzon, who's from Brunei, because they almost seemed like they came from the same kingdom when they didn't. And it just shows how Brunei and Luzon were closely related to each other. Are we going to have a June 12th video content from you? Not necessarily June 12th Independence Day video. I'm not going to be able to do that in time. That's why we have our live stream with Dátû Don Kiram talking about Independence Day as a Tausug. Yeah. Welcome, K Glory May Olivares. Just got it. So team replay. Yes, there's a replay right after. In 5 minutes after I log out. So again, maraming salamat, dakala salamat, daghang salamat, agyamanak, magsukol tuod kay mo. Ano pa ba? Diyos mabalos for the Bicolanos. Thank you for joining my live stream tonight. Usually my live streams are actually fundraisers for certain. I should have done one for the Mount Bulusan eruption next time. But yeah, usually my live streams are fundraisers. So this is one of the few live streams that I did without a fundraiser in mind. but yeah, thank you again for joining me and Ate Ligaya earlier. The first 2 hours we had Ate Ligaya talking about mythology, especially the Visayan and Tagalog mythology, especially about Bulan, the music video that just came out from Felip of SB9 or Ken of SB19, also known as Philip. So yes, dakala salamat. Yeah, I'll make reading the comments. Yes, I'll make more videos. Yes, we have a lot of worldwide connections. Diyos mabalos to our Bicolano friends. Marhay, ano bang oras na dyan? Ano oras na dyan? 10. Oh, marhay na hapon. Sa Indong Gabos. My Bicolano is rusty. I used to be able to speak Bicolano when I was a little kid. But now I forgot a lot of it. Although, when I watched one of Lenny Roberto's speeches in Bicolano, I was able to understand the whole thing. So I was like, oh, I still remember Bicolano. I just can't speak it as much. But anyways, daghang salamat, Diyos mabalos, nakala salamat, magsukol, syukran na benal, terima kasih to all our Indonesian and Malaysian friends. Maraming salamat for joining my live stream this evening. If you're in the US, this morning, afternoon, if you're in the Philippines, God bless. Thank you for joining, and you can visit my website to find out more about me and my book, or to subscribe to my channel on YouTube at Kirby 𝐏𝐢𝐳. And if you actually look up here, there's the YouTube Kirby 𝐏𝐢𝐳, Facebook Kirby 𝐏𝐢𝐳, Instagram Kirby 𝐏𝐢𝐳, and Noah Roots also on Instagram. But I also started making more TikTok content, so follow me on TikTok. It's also at Kirby 𝐏𝐢𝐳. So yeah, please follow my TikTok. I don't have much followers yet, so please follow me and like my stuff on TikTok. I'm slowly putting my work there, especially the one about Bulan. Okay. Yeah, so this is the last 2 minutes. Marahin hapon. Magandang hapon. Maya pagat panapon. Yes, like what Shade Gray says. Thank you for everyone for their questions and contributions. Nakakaliw. So if you watch the replay, if you're interested more about mythology around Bulan, since that's the main topic of today's live stream, watch the first 2 hours of the live stream replay with Ate Ligaya Caballes. I don't know how to say this, but thank you. In Subanen. Maayong hapon kay Darwin. Yes, Bulan is also buwan and month in Ilocano, as well as in many languages in Southeast Asia. Okay, last minute. Thank you. Maraming salamat. Thank you again for joining. Stay tuned again on Friday. Our next live stream is this Friday with Dátû Don. I keep saying Ismail because that's his lolo's name. Dátû Don 𝐂𝐻𝐿, grandson of Dátû Ismail 𝐂𝐻𝐿, who will be joining me from Ireland, and we're going to talk about Philippine Independence Day and how should we celebrate Philippine Independence Day, especially if you're from Mindanao and Sulu. So a different perspective. So that's exciting. Yeah. So join us on Friday, 6 p.m. Philippines, 3 a.m. California, and 11 a.m. in Europe. Dakala salamat. What language is this? Gule. Can you tell us what language is that before I go? Curious lang ako. Hello, Tisay. Ayong hapon. There's a replay of the live stream. Sorry if you just missed it, but there's a replay. How can we contact the Pinay Writer? Visit her website. There's a contact page there. The PinayWriter.com. So visit her website and you can reach her there. Or you can also find her on Facebook and Instagram. You can message her directly on Instagram, also at the Pinay Writer. Yeah. So the Pinay Writer is our guest today, Ate Ligaya Caballes, an expert in Visayan and Tagalog mythology. Okay. Turkish. Wait, are you Turkish? Hajiev? Thank you, Justice Crash. I'm also looking forward to make more pre-colonial history videos. That's actually my focus in research, is to do more pre-colonial history. Yeah, so exciting. Dakala salamat again. Thank you. This is the end of our live stream. Maraming salamat. Please. Actually, before I forget, I have a video coming out tonight. 3 a.m. I think. 3 a.m. in California, 6 p.m. in the Philippines, 9 a.m. in New York. But I have a video coming out tonight. Although it's not about pre-colonial Philippines, it's about Angkor. So I know it's not about the Philippines, but please stay tuned for my video tonight. It's about the most badass queens from Cambodia, the sisters who were actually helped build the Angkor Empire. And they're part of my book about the ancient women of Southeast Asia. So yes, I hope you also enjoyed that video because there's a lot of lessons we can learn from the queens of Cambodia. That's my next video in a few hours. Also, before I go, just a reminder for folks who are new to my channel, kasi thank you, dakala salamat to Felip and Bulan in SB19. Thanks to the 18s out there that I now have more subscribers because of that video. A lot of the 18s. So hopefully you can also stay tuned. So for those who are newly subscribers to my channel, although most of my work has been around the Philippines, my channel, when I actually started doing more history videos, it was meant to highlight the history, not just of the Philippines, but the whole of Southeast Asia and how we're all connected to each other. So yeah, so that's why if you're surprised, the next video is about Cambodia, not the Philippines, but that's the reason why. My main field of interest is the history of Southeast Asia and the Philippines, pre-colonial Southeast Asia. So yeah, hopefully you also enjoyed that video about the sisters, the queens that helped Angkor become the empire it was known. So yeah, that's just my spiel. Salamat, paalam kay Midnight PH. Paalam po, Dr. Kirby. Thank you. Sim Flores, very nice. We'll surely watch it. Thank you. Francis Earl Caballero, Angkor Wat in Kampuchea. Yes, Kampuchea is another old name from Cambodia. Yeah. Mika, okay. Okay, cool. Mika Karugtung Tangan. We're all connected. Okay, bye-bye. Just Vincent, bye-bye. Okay. Thank you again. And yes, please subscribe if you haven't subscribed to my channel yet. And again, if you saw my post on not Instagram, on YouTube, I'm doing a couple of reactions that I have on my list since last year. Reaction to the different P-pop songs. I'm waiting for the Mana music video because that would be a great one to react to. Okay, anyways, salamat again. Thank you for all the 18s for your love and support. People don't know that I'm actually an 18 myself. I've been a supporter of SB19 since their first song came out, since their debut. When they first came out, I've already been an 18 before the term 18 was introduced to me. I was already a fan of SB19. And of course, also of Alamat. So I'm also a Magilio. I'm an 18 and a Magilio. So shout out to all the 18s who are also Magilio out there. Yes. Anyways, thank you. Please join my Facebook group for all my followers, friends, and family. Let me link it again before I go. Hindi ko mahanapan mo yan. Sorry, hindi ko mahanap yung link. Ayun. Sorry, ayan. Hanap ko na. Ala, naghang. Ayan. So join my Facebook group so we can keep in touch. It's called Kabangka. Okay, maraming salamat. Dakala salamat, dagang salamat. I already said that. Thank you. Mikitix or kita-kits. Kita-aita. Jum palagi. See you next time. Bye. Ingat. Take care.